Hey guys, something a little bit different today. I've compiled all the best malicious compliance stories. If you like this compilation style of video, let me know. Invited to explain a situation to another team, but almost kicked out because I didn't use the accepted PowerPoint template? My 1,400 person company was acquired by a mega company, and after a year, the honeymoon ended and some managers were replaced by Dallas draconian downsizers. Sometime after the first big layoff, I was asked about the use of certain shared areas I'd set up on my servers for manufacturing data transfer. Several manufacturing mid-level managers asked if I could attend a meeting and explain it all to the managers, including the head guy from Dallas, hereby referred to as Twitch. I was the design side IT manager. When I got to the meeting 5 minutes in advance, all the chairs were taken except for one, far behind the one reserved for Twitch. He entered 5 minutes late and said, "Well, get on with it, I don't have all day." All the presentations were queued. Mine's in there somewhere, I don't know the order, and the meeting starts. It's pretty cut and dry, manufacturing numbers, problems and solutions encountered for the week, etc. Most of this is punctuated by Twitch berating his people, who are obviously trying to avoid any confrontation. My presentation pops up, and before anyone has the chance to say anything, Twitch goes red and starts yelling, "I made it clear that all presentations would use the same template. Who's the idiot who couldn't be bothered to follow instructions? He can leave now." My name, title, and group designation, not manufacturing, are on the screen. I wait till he winds down for another breath, stand up behind him and state, "I'm XYZ," and was asked to share the info on how to use the features of ABC that I've set up as a courtesy for your group. If there's a problem, I'll just leave now. I don't want to waste any of your valuable time or any more of mine. The presentation is fairly explanatory, but if you need more info, I'd be happy to let you attend one of my staff meetings. It took a minute or two for Twitch to respond, during which no one said anything. Then he said, "Please inform me when we have a guest presenter in advance. Please continue XYZ." None of the managers ever said anything to me after the meeting, which I left as soon as my Q&As were done. I think they set me up just to get Twitch to blow and have someone outside their group see it. Do you think, considering OP was tucked away, hidden, and the picture-perfect blow-up that this manager had, that OP was used as a way to totally embarrass this guy? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Our next story is by Gun Death Thunder. "You want my birth certificate to fix my social security information?" Okay, buddy. A few years back, I had to get a new social security card here in the US. I'm a UK citizen who was born in Japan, comes to play a little later, and was naturalized as a US citizen when I was 17. Discovered when getting the card that for some reason they had entered my birthday incorrectly in their system and said I was a day older than I actually was. I tried to fix it over the phone, but they said I would need to come into one of their offices to fix it. Fine, I go ahead and do that, bringing my driver's license and both of my passports. I wait in line, finally, to get to a booth and lay out my case. I show them each of my IDs that have my correct birthdays. Then I get told flat out that it doesn't matter, what's in the system is what's in the system. Only my original birth certificate would be accepted. Let that sink in for a moment. I blinked for a bit and then asked if they looked at my passports to see where I was born. They looked blankly back at me. I smiled and nodded. "Oh, sure thing," I said with a Cheshire cat grin growing across my face. "I'll be back right here tomorrow to your booth with it. I'm assuming you're well versed in katakana, hiragana, and kanji, correct?" "What?" they said, a little trepidation entering their voice. I say, "As my passports show, I was born in Japan. My birth certificate is in Japanese." They say, "Oh." They look down sheepishly at their desk for a moment. "What was your real birthday again?" I told them, and with a few keystrokes, suddenly there was no problem fixing my birthday anymore. Left with a new appreciation of having a birth certificate written in a foreign language. It goes to show that a lot of times these policies that people like to enforce on you, all of a sudden don't have to be enforced upon you when you make it too much work for them to really want to care. They're like, okay, you know what, never mind, just give me the birthday. Great, glad we could solve that all up. Our next story is by Stewart's Obscenity. "Won't give me the new customer discount?" Okay. A few years ago, my wife and I purchased our first home in upstate New York. We weren't moving far, just 2 towns over, about a 20-minute drive. Around the same time, our local internet provider was running a promotion for new customers, offering 5 times the internet speed for roughly half of what we were currently paying. A couple of weeks before our move, I called the internet company to let them know that we were moving and to transfer our service. I asked if it would be possible to receive the new customer discount with the move, and was told in no uncertain terms that this was not possible. I insisted that I wanted the new customer rate and even threatened to cancel, but they called my bluff, knowing that they were a monopoly and I had no other legitimate option. Thinking quickly, I asked if it would be possible to get the new customer rate by simply removing my name from the account and adding my wife's name instead. The rep balked at the suggestion and even quoted from a paragraph from my customer agreement outlining how such a transfer from one family member to another is not allowed. Then it occurred to me. I asked the rep if he knows my wife's name or the address to which we were moving. After a brief pause, he answered, no. I then happily let him know that I would like to cancel my service, effective at the end of the month. He was adamant that any attempt to circumvent their transfer policy was a violation of my contract, but eventually agreed to the cancellation. 2 weeks later, after our move and a half-an-hour phone call, my wife signed up for our new, cheap, fast internet. They jacked up our rates a couple of years later, but it felt good to just get one over on the big bully. While I think it's definitely that guy's job to try and enforce any kind of policies and whatnot, considering, like OP's saying, this company is a monopoly, they don't actually care that you went and got around that transfer policy. They're already probably making bank off of you just at the low new customer rate. And as most people know, with companies like this, you start off on that new customer rate, and then every month there's a $3 increase here, $5 increase there. Within a year or two, you're paying like $100 more a month. I've been told though that these guys, when they have to enforce these policies or try to keep customer retention, these guys are like bent over backwards being instilled with, you gotta do anything you can to keep these customers. Like, I think it negatively affects their job if a cancellation goes through. It's a little messed up, isn't it? Our next story is also by RB Clark 47. New manager consolidates meetings to waste our time and consistently loses docs for sign-off. So, I used the meeting time to get him to sign docs. Fred was my new suited-up boss from IBM, hired to oversee 3 groups. I headed one, the IT group. In addition to IT, I had to handle all the hardware, software, and maintenance paperwork for all 3 groups. Fred started by having one 1-hour weekly meeting with each group, but after a month, consolidated them into a single 3-hour plus meeting. He insisted each person give a weekly summary, going around the table. 30 plus people, half the worker bees went zombie after their turn. Fred became the black hole for signing off my paperwork, claiming I'd never given something to him. It would surface much later from a pile on his desk, usually a day or 2 before the contract was due, or the quote was going to expire. This put me at odds with the other group managers from time to time. So, I started sitting near the end of the meetings and brought all the paperwork I needed to work on. At my turn, I'd spend my first 5 minutes briefly explaining each document as I'd pass it to him, and the other managers would mark it in their meeting notes if it applied to them. Best use of my time. He couldn't weasel out and blame me, and the other managers would ask him the next meeting if he'd signed off on XYZ. Got to the point where he'd just sign it and pass it back to me. Fred complained to me that I was being disrespectful to him, and it reflected in my pay non-raise that year. It was worth it. I ended up saving so much time. I earned the respect of all the other employees under him, and he only lasted a year before moving on anyway. You gotta love a boss in their job that just hates doing anything in their job. It's no surprise that they didn't last very long there, because if you're miserable doing the responsibilities of the role, either shoot for the moon and ask for a raise to a point where you would be happy doing it, or you need to look for a different opportunity. This next story is by KHHO. Take all the phone equipment out? You sure? Back in the dark ages, before Netflix, telephones at businesses used to be fixed lines with wires connecting the phone jack to a switching room. This was the mid-1990s. I worked for the concession company at one of those huge event venues that hosted concerts, hockey games, and trade shows. I was third in command, of sorts, in charge of being sure all of the concession stands were properly stocked and ready to go as each event began. I would fix stuff, set up the beer stands, and just generally be sure everything was ready to go. Overall, it was a sweet gig with backstage access to every concert, as our office was next to the performer's dressing room. But all good things must come to an end, and the corporate office decided to not submit a bid to renew our 10-year contract. There was a fixed end date and a plan to transition. There were a couple of meetings with the new company that would be taking over. Okay. One major point of discussion is what would be left behind that was owned by the venue and what our company would be taking. Most things that were owned by our company that would be a pain to take were offered to the new company at a low price. A real steal: beer coolers, central CO2 tank, grills, popcorn machines, etc. And the new company agreed to buy it all until we got to one item: the phone system. The building was huge with massive concrete walls and floors, so cell phones didn't work so great. So our company had installed landline telephones, all connected through the building's central telephone switching room. As our company paid for the phone system and it wouldn't be worth it to take the phones with us, we offered it to the new company for $500. They said no. A bit later, at lunch, I heard one of the representatives for the new company laughing about the offer of the phone system. He muttered something to the effect that they could just hook up their phones to the wires and be ready to go for much cheaper. At the end of the meeting, we reviewed what was agreed, and in going over the phone equipment, the other company's representative said, "No, just take it all out." Okay. Now, my boss L was pretty cool and a bit impish. Her boss D, the head guy at our site, was a very straight-laced conservative guy. He didn't seem to have that slightly devilish streak in him, but when I came to the office the next day, D and L told me to do exactly what the other company asked for the phone system: take it all out. I spent that day going to each concession stand, taking the phone off the wall, unscrewing the plate for the phone jack and removing that, and then pulling the phone lines as far as I could and reaching down into the wall to cut the wires. Each stand was left with a hole in the wall and the phone lines that were cut about an inch below the edge of the hole. A fond farewell. The end of the contract was coming, and the very last day of our contract, I had the sad duty to deal with the leftover alcohol. Corporate didn't have any other locations in our state with a liquor license, so we couldn't transfer stock to other locations across state lines. D gave the order to pour the remaining liquor down the sink, and then he promptly left for lunch. With a wink from L, we poured a few partial bottles of vermouth and other mixers down the drain to give the office that smell of booze, and then we loaded the trunk of L's car with as many mixed cases as would fit and put the rest in our company van. L knew I didn't have a car, but she then suggested that I drive the van to get it washed. And what do you know, when I got back, the van was sparkling clean and empty of any boxes of booze. The aftermath: that winter, I attended a hockey game at the arena, and I noticed the hole still open in the wall of the concession stand. I guess they didn't just hook up their equipment to the wires after all. The real downfall here is this company coming in all high and mighty, expecting all of this hardware and equipment that this original company paid out of pocket to have installed would be left intact. They're not buying the arena or the convention center, they're just licensing running all the events. So that was a very big assumption that they were putting out there. That's like an owner packing up and leaving a house and selling it, and the next owner's expecting them to just leave the rugs there for them. Well, no, the rugs we left on the hardwood floors aren't part of the negotiated price. We're gonna take those with us. Next thing you know, they're gonna be upset that they took the pictures of their kids with them too. The only thing missing from the story is that satisfaction you would get from having some kind of reveal where you could tell that somebody was so upset that they couldn't just plug their own equipment in. I just wish I could see that boss's, whoever made that decision's face when they realized all the lines are gone. Those aren't the drinks you think they are, kid. We have a bar area in the house, and we have a mini fridge where we keep all the things we mixed, like energy drinks, pineapple juice, pina colada juice, soda, etc. I went to the fridge to get myself an energy drink, and my nephew, 5 years old, was following me, talking about school, and looked inside the fridge when I opened it. I grabbed myself a Monster and he pointed inside the fridge saying, "Can I have the green soda?" I looked back in the fridge and see it's Sprite and ginger ale. His favorite soda is Sprite, and I grabbed the can and he went, "No, the big one." And I looked back in the fridge and there's no big soda. So I asked him what soda. I have it in my hand, and he walks up and grabs the bottle. It's concentrated lime juice, and I laugh grabbing it saying, "It isn't soda." And I tried giving him the can, but he was throwing a fit that he wanted the big soda. I kept trying to tell him it isn't soda, but he was so sure it was because it was green. So I poured a little into a cup. He asked for more, and I told him to just taste it first, and he said no, he wanted more. I told him if he wants more, he has to drink all of it, and he's like, "Duh, Auntie, I want all of it." I said he can get all of it if he tries it first, and he agreed. I poured like a squirt amount, and he took a sip, and immediately he got a sour face and held it in his mouth, trying to swallow it because we made that deal, and I just laughed saying he can spit it out. He comes back to me saying, "Auntie, can I have the red juice then?" And I open the fridge, seeing the concentrated tomato juice, and I look back at him shaking my head. The obvious happened. He didn't believe me that it wasn't the cranberry juice he likes, and of course, he wanted to try it so bad, and I let him taste it, and he spit it out saying, "I don't like anything in this fridge, can I just have some water?" Sure, kid. Now he knows not to drink anything from behind the bar, cause everything tastes like caca. If you had a younger cousin or a nephew or a niece or whatever, and they were at your place and they really wanted the green soda, they were being so insistent on it, like, "Please, just let me have the green soda," would you let them try a little bit just for the hijinks of it? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by Revolution Friendly 56. Help the boss hide evidence of his affair? Sure. Years ago, I lived in a small town with less than 10,000 people. Everyone knows everyone, and since they all went to the same kindergarten, elementary school, and high school, most of them end up marrying each other too. Yep, it's that small. I moved there for the adventure. Something about the wilderness, I supposed. I was a single guy and I also didn't know any better. It would be fun, right? Little does one know, a small town with only one industry that attracts mostly transient population of men, working 10 on, 4 off, and living in camp must be the definition of fun. I still don't know why I did it or why I stayed for so long. Small towns are like black holes. Once you're sucked in, it's hard to leave. There's a story I heard about this town. There's 3 women for every man in this town, so you're a lucky son of a gun. If you spent every Friday night at the only pub, you'll eventually realize it's the same 3 women for every man. Like I said, because everyone knows everyone, it's inevitable some of them are screwing each other regardless of their marital statuses. My boss owns a business and he flies out of town often to the next biggest city because that's where his family lives and where the children go to school. There is no way in heck his kids would grow up with these bumpkins, he says. The wife can't stand the town, but would come and stay the week or even weekends every now and then. On some weekends though, she would be in town, but he would have to go away on business. One weekend on my days off, I got an urgent call from my boss who says he was out of town, but he needed me to quickly go into his home to help him retrieve something. He says, "Go through the basement door, it should be unlocked. Grab my laptop and all the receipts on the desk. If anyone approaches you, just be cool and pretend you belong there. Be quick and quiet. Want me to break into your house and grab properties that don't belong to me? Anything for you, boss." As you can see, I really needed the job. I pulled up near the house but parked further away. I surveyed the surroundings, took a deep breath, and walked quickly to the side of the house where the basement door is. Lo and behold, the basement door is unlocked. The muscle dogs in the backyard and could see me but didn't bark. How useful to have a guard dog that doesn't bark. I entered the basement, and sure enough, there was a laptop that was plugged in and unlocked, and a Ziploc bag with the receipts. At this point, I had no idea what I was getting myself into, but they're fancy restaurant receipts, concert receipts, and receipts for hotel stays. Before I closed the laptop lid, I saw the thumbnails of the picture folder. Everything now makes sense. Then I heard a female voice from upstairs, so I shoved everything on the desk into a bag and booked it. Now, I was trying to be ninja sneaky on my exit, but the dang dog barked. I must have looked extra flustered when I looked back at the house and saw my boss's wife staring at me from behind the window. Crap. I drove straight home and took a long shower. My heart was pounding so fast, I probably forgot I couldn't remove fingerprints from my boss's home this way. Hopefully she didn't recognize me. My phone must have been going off the whole time because it was ringing when I got out of the shower. My boss asked, "Did you get it?" I say, "I did, but your wife saw me." He asks, "Did she say anything?" I say, "She only saw me as I was leaving from a distance." He says, "Okay, this is what I want you to do. Drop this off at my office, put it into the drawer. I'll deal with this next Monday." I say, "Sir, I think I know what this is about and I won't say anything, but are you sure this is a good idea?" He says, "Just do as I say." Okay. At this point, I think it's been at least half an hour since I was at the basement. I drove to the office and there were cars parked outside. It's a 24/7 operation after all. As I entered the office, I saw one of the operations supervisors who asked if I was working weekends again, and I said yes. I moved quickly down the hallway and made a turn into my boss's office. The boss's wife was there in his office, in his chair, arm crossed and looking pissed. She said that she could call the police, or I could tell her what I was doing at her house. In the end, she'll get the answer. She saw the grocery store bag I was holding on to and asked me what it was. At this point, I told her that I was told to bring this here and I need to put this into the drawer next to where she's sitting. I placed the package and left, then texted my boss that the deed is done. Great job. Next Monday, the poop hit the fan. I guess the boss's wife must have guessed the password to the laptop. I never got fired for what I did. After all, I did everything to a T. It was a tough next few months though, as the boss and his wife worked through their divorce. The company ended up going into receivership and everyone got laid off, including me. After years at this small town, I finally found a way and motivation to finally leave. I feel like this story is perfect for some kind of book where you open to the preface of the book and the book's talking about how OP is a traveler going from city to city having different experiences throughout their life. And it says, "This is how I moved to the small city of so-and-so and how I burned that city to the ground by destroying the only industry it had." OP showed up to the small town and took part in a big downfall for it. Our next story is by the Book of Rook. The Long Island iced tea. This goes back to my bartending days. I was bartending at one of my favorite places I've ever worked. It was a reliable pub with a few choice options and a bar that boasted one of the biggest whiskey menus in the state, and a bartender culture that really prides itself on high-quality whiskey and cocktail service. It was a busy weekend evening, pre-COVID, and things are running smooth until a Long Island gets sent back. Some bartenders biff a drink, it happens to the best. The bar staff there would bend over backwards for any customer who thought their drink was bad. It personally offenses to think we let a bad drink slip out. It's just the kind of bartenders they have there. And in those occasions, we would happily and expeditiously remake the drink free of charge so they can get on with their night. This particular Long Island I made. I know that because I'd made it less than 2 minutes before it was sent back, and we don't make a lot of those there. "This isn't strong enough. Did you even put any booze in here? It's not dark enough." I was aghast. I probably looked at her with a bewildered and stupid expression on my face, but what she was saying was asinine. I don't measure mixed drinks like a Long Island when I make them, I free pour. We also straw taste every drink we serve out of habit. It was fine. I've bartended for years and have very accurate pours. But even so, in the case of Long Strong Island, my free pours probably looked a bit more like 0.6 or 0.7 than just 0.5. For those who don't know, a Long Island iced tea has 5 liquors in it. 5 ounces of each tequila, rum, vodka, gin, 3 seconds, for a total of 2.5 ounces of booze. So this Long Island was already stronger than it was supposed to be. After all that liquor goes in the glass and is displaced by ice, there is just enough room for a fair amount of sour mix and a splash of Pepsi and garish. Her condescending and rude tone really rubbed me the wrong way, especially since I made it a touch stronger on purpose so the liquor could stand up to all that mixer. It served in a pint glass after all. "Okay," I said, "I'll make it 100% by the book." Then I proceeded to grab my 0.5 jigger and measured out each liquor. There was considerably less liquid in this glass than the first one before I added the ice and everything else. After a straw taste on this one, it tasted like straight sour mix, and I loaded it down with Pepsi to make it darker, because that's what you look for, I guess. I handed her the new drink. She takes one sip. "Oh yeah, this is way better, thanks." "Yeah, whatever, lady." Yeah, I'm gonna assume that this lady probably had some preconception of what the Long Island tea should be like. I'm gonna just go on a limb and assume OP is a good bartender like they're saying. My guess is the customer here doesn't understand what's wrong or like what isn't hitting their taste buds right. They probably mistakenly assume it's the booze, but when in fact it's probably they just enjoy everything other than the booze. And our final story of the day is by Fed Up Cat. "Don't interrupt me for any reason?" Okay. Back in the early to mid 1980s, I worked as a PBX operator. If you're unfamiliar, a PBX operator is responsible for switching calls on local lines within the internal telephone system of a large company or corporation. PBX stands for Private Branch Exchange and is a system that enables users to have external telephone lines without having to maintain a separate line for each user. The system that we used was an older one that had a switchboard where you had to pull up a line and plug it into a ringing phone line, flip a switch to answer the call, another to put them on hold, take messages, deliver messages, transferring calls, etc., while at the same time doing the exact same thing with as many as 20 to 30 other calls coming in at the same time on other switchboard lines. Our switchboard held up to around 100 phone lines. Picture the old, and yes, I'm that old, laugh-in skits with Ernestine the operator, played by Lily Tomlin, and you get the idea. It's fast-paced, stressful, and not for the faint of heart. I worked side by side with Mary and Jake. We had relief operators that would take over, so that we could have a break or eat lunch or dinner. During our 30-minute lunch break, weather permitting, we would go outside where there were picnic tables that we could sit at to eat, sleep, or just decompress. Mary liked to sit out at a picnic table alone and read a book during break, and didn't want to be interrupted while she was reading for any reason, and would scream, kick at, push, and curse whomever had the nerve to do it. One day, Jake and I walked outside, saw her reading, and decided to just grab another table. And that's when we saw it. A snake. It was under Mary's table and slithering toward her feet. Jake knew immediately that it was a harmless black king snake. I didn't, but all snakes terrify me, so I tried to get Mary's attention. She gave me the finger and grumbled, "Freak off, witch." Jake told me to let her find out on her own. Cue malicious compliance in 3, 2, 1. The snake slithered over Mary's sandaled feet. At first, she just moved her feet and kept on reading, but the snake had other plans and came back again to her feet. Again, Mary moved her feet, but the snake held on, so she looked beneath the table to see what the problem was. She screamed and jumped off the bench so fast that she scraped both knees on the underside of the table and the back of one ankle on the bench. When she was about 10 yards away from the picnic table, she started screaming at Jake and me. "Why the freak didn't you tell me there was a snake under there, you morons?" I say, "I tried." Jake says, "You made it clear that you didn't want to be interrupted." Mary says, "You could have interrupted me to tell me there was a snake." I say, "I tried. You told me to freak off and called me a witch, remember?" She says, "Well, obviously I didn't mean it." Jake says, "Well, how are we supposed to know that?" Mary says, "It's a snake." Jake went to Mary's table and retrieved the 3 to 4 foot long king snake and let it wrap around his hand and arm. This caused Mary to back up even further. Mary yelled, "Kill it, get rid of it." Jake says, "Nope, I'm gonna let this little guy live right here until you apologize to OP for telling her to freak off and calling her a witch." Mary doubled down and refused, saying she had every right to protect her me time and wasn't about to apologize for it. Jake laughed and told her that, in that case, he wouldn't interrupt her me time any longer, and laid the snake on top of her book that was still on the table. The snake seemed to like the nice warm pages and curled up for a nap in the sun. Mary never did retrieve her book. It sat on the picnic table a little over a week before it disappeared. We figured it was maintenance that took it when they mowed the lawn. Mary also never apologized, but she never went outside for break again either. choosing instead to sit on the floor by the door to read. I don't really have much to say in regards to trying to make her apologize and whatnot, but what I do have to say is if you're going to go sit outside, blissfully in the sun, maybe in a field where a picnic table is, you gotta understand there's gonna be some nature out there. And I'm gonna be honest, over my years, I've seen some eastern racers, which are the pure black snakes that are apparently harmless. And although everybody's always like, they're harmless, they won't hurt you, it's still terrifying. Years ago, I go out into the backyard and I move something out there, and as soon as I lift it up, a black racer goes slithering away super quickly. It's pretty terrifying. My sister told me to write a list. My sister is a very controlling, nitpicking person. Since I live with my family at the moment, we write up weekly lists for the store like you do. But she always tells me I have to be the one to start it. After a few months of this being my sole duty out of 4 people, or else she puts off shopping till we're out of everything, I grabbed a piece of paper, wrote a list, and handed it to her. She screamed, "What is wrong with you? Leave me alone." A very simple malicious compliance joke with a very brief payoff, but it was relaxing to make a joke out of something that really bothers me. P.S. Yes, my sister handles the finances by choice. My brother and I offer to help her every time, but she refuses to let us. I have no idea why. We've done finances before as a group and it worked wonders. Now, I think she just likes to be able to tell us what to do. For reference, she's over 30 years old and still acts like this. I think the one thing I'm confused by is the dynamic going on here. OP said they're 25 and their sister's over 30 years old and she handles the finances, and then the brother's also a part of this. I would just be suspicious of if there's like a family money thing. The reason somebody would be in their 30s and be so restrictive over the spending, specifically them, and not letting anybody else be a part of it is probably because they're using a few extra dollars here and there for something for them and not for the family, and probably not mentioning it. Would you agree that they're probably spending money without telling anybody about it? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Our next story is by IBS Means No Pizza. You asked for a secure fence? We gave you a secure fence. Our neighbors can be funny buggers. Nice 1 minute, moody the next. There was a rickety old fence between our properties which I owned. We'd patched it up a few times, but didn't really have the money to totally replace 80 feet of bespoke-sized fences and posts at that time. The neighbors have complained a few times about our fence. They have 10 dogs and have spent a lot of money landscaping their garden. They demanded we replace the fence because they need a secure boundary for the dogs, but made it very clear they were not contributing to the costs. It's not unreasonable, but the way they demanded rubbed me up the wrong way. Generally in the UK, there are no HOA rules on old builds, so I can replace the wooden fence with anything we like, as long as it's on our land and is no more than 2 meters high. So last month, we got a quote and arranged for a firm to replace the fencing. I informed the neighbors and picked a day they would be at work so not to ruin the surprise. When they got home, they found the wooden fence and wooden posts had been replaced with 6-foot concrete posts and a wall of concrete panels. Now they look out their kitchen onto what resembles the Berlin Wall. I also made sure the smooth face of the concrete panels are facing towards us. We have bushes along our side so we wouldn't see it anyway, but their side is right next to their patio area. They haven't approached us about it yet, but my husband told me he could see the wife in her garden from his office window, and she had a face like thunder. Edited for clarification, we got the materials cheap because hubby got a very competitive staff discount as part of contract for his new job. We couldn't afford to replace the fence until now. The neighbors have been nagging for years, but we've just been patching up the holes. So we finally decided to get it done after one of her dogs got on my garden and wife ranted at me about it. Concrete fence was cheaper than bespoke fence sizes, but more expensive and less destructive on the gardens than standard fencing, as it would require repositioning the posts and having more holes dug for more posts. All I really have to say is this was probably very expensive, but probably very satisfying. It's kind of funny though that the family with 10 dogs are the ones complaining about somebody else's fence. Maybe they should go and get their own fence on their property. The biggest slap to the face for them would be tearing down your fence and just leaving it down for a while. Make it a real issue for them and make them realize they're the ones that need that boundary. But I wouldn't be able to stand to do that because I adore dogs and I don't want them to run off. Our next story is by Taekwente. We both have a right to possess the whole. Don't mind if I do. My roommate and I are both law students. Thanks to residual COVID implications, some of our classes are in person, some are on Zoom. We both have desks in our room, and initially there were no issues. Then my roommate decided she wanted to start doing her homework at the dining room table at night, so I watched TV in my room to accommodate that. All of a sudden, she decided she can no longer do her Zoom classes in her room and must do them without headphones, at full volume at the dining room table as well. I asked her if she would put in headphones at least, since her classes are distracting and I have my own classes and homework to focus on. She told me if it bothers me so much, I should put headphones on even though I'm in my room with the door shut. I said that if she doesn't wear headphones, she should do her classes from her room like we originally agreed when we moved in. She quoted basic property law at me and stated that we both have the right to possess the whole as co-tenants. She's 100% right, so let's cue some malicious compliance. Oh, you're in class? I'm sorry, I'm starving. I just have to make lunch right now and bang all these pans around. Oh, I'm too loud? I'm sorry, I just don't want these dirty dishes piling up. Oh, you don't want me vacuuming the living room while you're doing your homework at the table because it's too distracting? Well, we both have the right to possess the whole, babe. Put in headphones if it bothers you that much. She started doing her classes in her room again. Isn't it sad that they don't realize how unreasonable they're being until you're that unreasonable to them? Just goes to show that they have little to no concept of putting themselves in somebody else's position and understanding where the other side's coming from. This next story is by PDB311. You want me to wear a see-through shirt? Gladly. When I was 15, I started working for a particular clown who owns a fast food restaurant. When I first started working, the manager assumed I was 16 and I was given a red polo shirt to wear during my shifts. There was a hierarchy to the shirts at this restaurant. White was for anyone 15 and younger. You got a red shirt when you were 16 or over, black shirts were for the crew trainers, and the full button-down shirts were for managers. All of the shirts were made of decent fabric except for the white shirt, which was very thin and practically see-through. About a month after I started working there, the manager called me into her office and asked why I lied to her about my age. I told her I had never once said to her that I was only 15, so I never really lied about it. She told me I had to hand in my red shirt and exchange it for a white one, which I did. I wore the white one for about a week, and that's when I noticed after the first wash, the fabric became even thinner, and the shirt was practically see-through. As a heavy-set individual, if I were not wearing an undershirt, you would have seen all of my hairy, manly glory underneath this sorry excuse for a shirt. I asked since I'd already been wearing a red shirt for a month, and the shirt colors really don't mean much. Could I get my old shirt back? I was told that it was company policy to follow the shirt rules, and I was denied my old red shirt. Cue the malicious compliance. There was a rule stating I had to wear my see-through company-issued shirt for all my shifts. There was no rule stating what I had to wear underneath. My dad had recently returned from Mexico and had brought me the most touristy shirt from his trip. There were 4 panels on the shirt. The first had a worm and a shot that said 1 tequila. The second, the same worm, second shot, much drunker and said 2 tequila. The third, the same worm, third shot, very drunk and said 3 tequila. And as I'm sure you've deduced, the 4th worm is passed out and it says floor. I decided this was the perfect undershirt for a 15-year-old register worker at the Clown to wear underneath his see-through shirt. I wore it for one shift before the manager came up to me. She told me how much she didn't appreciate the fact that I wore such a vulgar shirt underneath my work uniform. I politely told her nobody would know what I was wearing underneath my company-issued work shirt if they weren't see-through. When I went to clock out that day, they had a brand new, unused red polo shirt just waiting for me. I was told to wear the red shirt from that point forward and to turn in my white shirts. I definitely don't blame OP for not wanting to wear the Shirley hand-me-down see-through white t-shirt. But also, there is like a method to the madness, right? It is like for classification purposes. I would imagine, especially like if you have some kind of audit going on by an area manager or something, it's good for them to know who can work on what things, I suppose? Because I think under 16s probably can't work with like slicers or something like that. Now, I don't know if that mattered at all at this clown place, but there is some kind of method to the madness. as much as they hate it or like it. Our next story is by Texas Tiger 70, Delicious Compliance, not a typo. I was an eager-to-please kid working my first real job as a busboy in a steakhouse. I would help out anyone, anytime to prove I could do other things. Dishwasher out? No problem. We did large steaks. The smallest steak was the 1-pound filet mignon. They're no longer in business, but they were called UR Cooks. It was a guy's place where you picked your steak and cooked it on an open grill in the middle of the dining room. No disrespect, but we were all but closed on Mother's Day. I would be scheduled as a busboy and end up doing any job that was needed. I would often change the blades in the meat saw, bandsaw, so the meat cutter could just start on the next cut. T-bones use different blades than sirloin. The meat cutter liked me and one snow night had me cut the sirloins. He joked with the managers that they needed to give me a raise as I was getting as good as him. I would get scheduled as a busboy, remember this, to come in hours early to help with prep. I was paid as a busboy. This went on for months. I didn't mind the pay difference as I would get tipped out by the servers and would often help customers cook their steaks and get tips then too. As a kid, it didn't dawn on me that I was losing money. Now this is where the fun starts. When you get a large, uncut sirloin butt, you'll never cut it exactly. The shape prevents that. So the end pieces from any cut was packaged up and sold to the employees for 25 cents a pound. Typically there would be a half pound of waste per group cut. So for a sirloin butt, half a pound. We would cut 10 a day. Older employees got first chance in buying the excess. The day before Father's Day, there was a huge fight and the meat cutter was told to take a few days off and decide if he really wanted to work there. He was then taken off the schedule. I was on the schedule as the busboy and was scheduled to come in early as usual. I'd only been helping and had never run the area on my own. About an hour into it, the manager noticed I was too slow and that we would never be ready to open, so she had me help her. She took over cutting the steaks and I just prepped the trays, changed the blades, the normal. Now, I only did what I was told, and when I suggested changing the blades, she told me, "There's no time," and kept cutting. Using the wrong blade on the sirloin tears it instead of cuts it. She would tear off a chunk and toss it to me. I tried several times to stop her, but she wasn't listening to me and told me that if I didn't quit trying to slow her down, she would send me home. So I didn't try to stop her anymore. She cut 15 sirloin butts and was proud of how she had less waste than normal. I had everything as prepped as I could, and she turned and saw the mess. There was not a single steak that we could put out. All of it had to go to waste. The next day, I was told I was fired for ruining all the steaks. There were all 4 managers as well as the owner. The owner told me I would never be a meat cutter anywhere with as bad as I had done. He then asked me what I had to say for myself. I turned around and pulled the work schedule off the wall and handed it to him while asking him to check the records for my employment. I then asked him, if there's no meat cutter assigned, who is to do the cutting? And why would he believe anyone would put the lowly busboy in charge of cutting thousands of dollars worth of steak? It took about 5 minutes for him to get the whole story out of the manager. She got fired, I got promoted to assistant meat cutter, and as a bonus, I was given 100 pounds of deformed sirloin to take home. 16-year-old me put on a heck of a barbecue party at the apartments. I mean, you gotta love when a manager or a boss puts themselves on a sinking ship and just starts punching more holes into the boat. And then you try to save them and they go, no, let me drown myself. And then of course at the meeting with all the other managers around, they say, you're the one that was sitting on the deck going la 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 la, punching holes in the boat, and not the one that was standing there with the life preserver the entire time. Our final story of the day is by omelettedreamer 90. Boss wouldn't change my shifts for uni. I had to get creative. This was a few years ago. I was 22, working part-time in a call center and going to uni. I was also supporting myself because my parents were in a different country. In my second year, I had a weekly tutorial that clashed with one of my shifts. I emailed my boss a bunch of times before the semester started, letting her know I needed this shift changed. And she'd always say she'd look into it, but never did anything. So the term starts, and I have to miss the first few weeks because she still hasn't done anything. One day, I call in sick for that shift. Genuinely sick, but feeling well enough by the end of the day, and I'm finally able to go to class. The lecturer is mad though. To be fair, I could have probably emailed and let them know the situation, but I was young at the time and didn't realize this was an option. She tells me I'm going to fail the unit if I miss any more classes. I go to my boss and tell her this, and she says, "Sorry, we're too busy on that shift right now to lose anyone." Doesn't even care that I might fail my class because of her. So I've got 4 weeks left and I'm forced to get creative. I managed to find someone to cover the first 2 weeks, but for the second 2, I call in sick. I have to get a doctor's certificate both times, so I go in, different medical centers each time, and pretend I have a bug and they sign the certificate without asking too many questions. After the second week, she got onto what I was doing and basically said they were onto me as they'd noticed a pattern with my absences. I acted innocent and said I'd been sick. I knew she was bluffing, and they couldn't do anything if I had a doctor's certificate. It was the last week of term though, so I'd basically gotten away with it. Long story short, I passed the class and graduated, and now I've got a pretty decent career in my field. As far as I'm aware, she's still at the call center. You know, I'm starting to realize I don't think I've really heard anybody look fondly back at their times at a call center. I've heard plenty of times though where somebody said, "I worked at a call center and it was the worst job of my life," for one reason or another. Whether it's the people you have to deal with on the phone or the managers in charge, I don't know. Can't work from home without a doctor's note? Roger that. Let me start by saying I'm not from the US, but Europe. My company policy regarding working from home and office days is the following and not flexible. We have 2 set office days and 3 set work from home days. In the heat of the pandemic, the government obligated everyone to work from home, which we all did without any issues. As of recently, it's no longer obligated, only highly recommended if work from home is possible. Here we go on the malicious compliance. My husband and I both woke up sick with a heavy cold. Nothing major, cough, snotty noses, and sore throats. Husband called into work and informed his employer. They told him it's no problem, and he can reschedule his appointments to Teams meetings or to another day and work from home. I decided to call my employer too to check the company policy as I have an obligated office day. I don't want to make any other colleagues sick, and my job does not require my attendance at the office. I can work from home perfectly. My employer replied that I can only work from home if I provide them with a doctor's note mentioning that I'm indeed sick and work from home is necessary. If I can't or don't want to provide such notes, I must come into the office, sick or not. Okay, I call my doctor, explain the situation, and ask how to proceed and what they recommend. The doctor didn't know what to say. My employer is actually asking for a note that mentions I'm indeed sick enough to stay home. But not sick enough to stop working? Yeah, that's not a thing. So they told me that I'm indeed sick. I'll receive a sick note and will not be working today or tomorrow either. On top of that, I must get tested for COVID because I'm pregnant and we must take no risks. I sent my employer an email with the sick note attached, mentioning that I won't be working and will get myself tested. My employer asked me if I'll resume work after the test. Well, no. Unfortunately, I'm sick, and I have a note mentioning I'm not seen fit to work, and I'm even quarantined. So I'll no longer be able to work at all for the time mentioned on my doctor's note they asked for. I've got a question for you guys. At jobs like these, if somebody calls in and says they're sick and they have some symptoms, do you think places like this should just accept that at face value and allow a day off or a work from home day? Or do you think it's actually fair that they require a doctor's note? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Our next story is by Ignori. Don't interrupt me while I'm on the phone. So, I work in construction management, currently as a project engineer on a large site in New York City. My day-to-day duty is equivalent of a site superintendent, walking the site and ensuring safety procedures are followed and coordination between trades stay tight and efficient. Recently, the project manager I would answer to quit, leaving the rest of us on site struggling to pick up the many broken pieces he left behind for us. The project manager that came in to take his place, Matt, had been coming to me on a daily basis to help him get up to speed on what was left over from my old boss leaving. Details like the status of certain trades, deliveries, locations of fixtures, you get the idea. Matt is a great boss and a really genuine guy. The type of person that's overly nice about everything, well, except for one thing. He hates being interrupted while on the phone. Now, that's a pretty reasonable request, one that we all follow even if we need some critical info from him, as we've seen him blow up once or twice after being interrupted. Now, with the backstory out of the way, this is where the story begins. Well, yesterday, there was a safety emergency on site, meaning I couldn't be by the office for a large chunk of the day. Finally, after dealing with said emergency, I stopped by the office as I had my own questions for Matt, and found him on the phone with our architect. Now, knowing I'd be a fool to interrupt, I take a seat a little bit away and wait patiently, while also listening into the conversation being had. Matt was asking about the locations of millwork on site, as our blueprints do a terrible job of marking them out for us. The architect was also struggling to give him definite answers, and I could tell that Matt was getting aggravated. Now, unbeknownst to Matt, I already had put together a beautiful marked up drawing of the exact locations of every piece of millwork on site a few months ago, knowing that our drawings were lacking in that regard. Against my better judgment, I got his attention to try and let him know that he was wasting his time. This was met with an aggressive hand wave and scowl. I shrugged, laughed a bit inside, and returned to my desk to email Matt my marked up drawing. Well, about 45 minutes later, Matt gets off the phone and calls me back over to ask what I needed from him. "Oh, nothing," I said, "but you might want to check your email." Let's just say now I have permission to interrupt Matt while he's on the phone going forwards. "Oh, I'm sorry, Matt. I'm sorry I tried to save you time." I do understand where Matt's coming from, and probably 95% of the time, that interruption that comes when they're on the phone probably isn't relevant to whatever Matt's talking about and is more just like a clarifying question. So I get not wanting to be interrupted, losing your train of thought, maybe the phone conversation having to take longer than it really needs to be. It's just good to see that Matt's human, and they know when to make adjustments when necessary. This next story is by Justib, Malicious Compliance with my graduate school mentor. I read a story on here the other day that reminded me of an experience I had with one of my mentors in graduate school. I went to graduate school to get my doctorate in microbiology a few years ago. Normally, in a doctoral program in biological science, you join a lab that's headed by a PI, principal investigator. This is the lead scientist in the lab. They are at least at the assistant professor level in the USA. The principal investigator mentors you until you become an independent scientist, and then you defend your research to earn your degree. It can take 4 to 6 years. I had an extremely atypical grad school experience. I had the terrible misfortune of joining a lab run by a very junior principal investigator who, a couple of years into my research training, decided she wanted to quit academic science and go have a baby. Good for her, but I got screwed. Normally, you would have to start over completely from scratch, but I had already passed the midpoint of my training and, more importantly, I had already acquired my own funding. Plus, the principal investigator who quit had just been awarded a major grant from the government. As a sidebar, when you get a grant to do science at a university, the university gets a big portion of the money. When my principal investigator left the university, they had to either give the money back to the government or try to convince the funding agency that another principal investigator could do the work. Obviously, they chose to keep the money, and I was more or less forced to work under the supervision of a different principal investigator. This lady is and was terrible. Beyond being an awful scientist, she was extremely hateful and petty. She lost her funding a couple of years prior and only had one student left in her lab who was on their way out. She had a reputation for being an awful mentor. Right from the start, it became clear that not only was her reputation deserved, it was a bit of an understatement. She was incredibly abusive. To give you some perspective, out of the 14 students to join her lab, only 4 of them have gotten degrees, which is unheard of. The rest literally quit science altogether. To make matters worse, she also had absolutely no idea what the grant she inherited was actually about, and still does not. So in addition to my graduate training, I was now in the position where I had to work on her other projects and administrate this new grant. The next 2.5 years of my life were an absolute heck. I soon learned that my new principal investigator would take advantage of my labor in any way she could. She has a philosophy that graduate students were entitled to 4 days off per year, and that weekends counted. She also loved to complain that graduate students were overpaid. We made $30K per year in 2019 because when she was a grad student, she only made $22,000 per year in 1992. Enter the malicious compliance. Every year, when you have a grant from the government, you have to write an annual report. Normally, you have 4 to 8 people working on this research at any given time, but I was alone. The new principal investigator used the money to hire a couple of new techs to work on her other projects, and I was supposed to somehow compensate for their lack of progress on the work that funded their salary. These annual reports are 100% the responsibility of the principal investigator and can determine if your grant gets renewed. The first year, I was told to write the report only 1 week before its due date. These things are massive. It's important to also mention that in addition to a summary of progress, you also have to submit dozens of pages of other documentation that I had no access to as a graduate student. The next year, I moved ahead of schedule and wrote the report a full month in advance. But I never heard from my principal investigator about its progress. The weeks passed by and I started getting worried, so I tried to schedule a meeting to ask her about the report and let her know I was nearly done. She ignored my email and told me she had other things to worry about than helping me and that I need to learn to be independent. Noted. The day it was due, I walked into the lab and her door was fully shut. Fair enough, maybe she was working on the report herself. Just in case, I knocked on her door and heard a loud, exasperated sigh. She flung the door open and put her finger right in my face and told me, "When my door is shut, I expect complete privacy unless the lab is on fire. Is the lab on fire?" I responded, "No ma'am, it's not." Satisfied and very angry at me, she said, "Then leave and don't bother me when my door is shut ever again." The day passed, and at around 7 p.m., the principal investigator walked over to my bench with her jacket and purse in hand and said, "You see, OP, my door is open. Now I have time to help you. What did you want?" I simply put down my pipette and smiled at her. In my cheeriest voice, I said, "Oh, I'm sorry for disturbing you earlier. I just wanted to ask you if you needed any help on the progress update, but you must have been working on it." The vision of the blood draining out of her face is a memory that will give me strength and happiness for the rest of my life. She asked me, "When is it due?" And I responded again, cheerfully, "Due? Oh, about 2 hours ago." It took her a full 30 seconds to be able to croak out, "Do you have anything for it?" To which I said, "Well, I was working on some stuff for it earlier. It was 100% finished. But I figured you wouldn't need it when you sent me off." After that, she left the bench and didn't talk to me for over a week. A blissful, blissful week. I'm happy to inform you that the lab did not get its funding renewed and has not acquired funding since. I did, in fact, get my degree. You gotta love, whether it's high school, whether it's college, whether it's graduate school, getting placed underneath somebody above you that just does not actually care about helping those underneath them. A teacher who's there for the paychecks and hands out packets all day. A college professor who intentionally says, 75% of people don't pass this class, and they make sure of it. Or a principal investigator like OP had. When it's your career choice on the line, I feel for anybody in that kind of a situation. And our final story of the day is by Joey Jojo Jr. Shab. If there isn't $20 in the payphone next time, I'm going to remove it. Several decades ago when I was in college, most of the dorms on campus had payphones in the lobby. Nobody used them because we all had landlines in our dorms, no cell phones yet, but they were there. My understanding is they were a holdover from a time when the individual rooms didn't have landlines. My dorm, however, did not have a payphone. This is the story about why, told secondhand so I can't confirm its validity. This particular dorm was known for housing a lot of smart and often mischievous students. Back in the day, phone phreaking, hacking, was a thing. There were various ways to trick phones into giving you free phone calls. A good place to try the hacks out is on a payphone, since even if the phone company catches on, they still won't know who's doing it. Anyway, I guess the phone phreaking technique spread quickly in this storm because eventually it became quite obvious to the technician who comes around the empty coin box that something was up. since all of a sudden the coin box was never full. So he told the students in that dorm, "If I don't find at least $20 in this coin box the next time I come, I'm going to remove the phone." The next time he came, there was indeed $20 in the coin box, in the form of a $20 bill. In spite of students' compliance, the phone was still removed. That initial honeymoon period where you figure out a technique that you can keep using that allows you to get free whatever it is, I feel like to me that's legitimately like heaven on earth. And a time where you probably had to pay for certain amounts of calls, being able to just go to the payphone and get as many calls for free whenever, it's like a weight was lifted off your shoulders as far as financing things if you like calling people. It's like finding a workaround to connect to the Wi-Fi without paying for it. You can't tell me that in a situation where if you had to pay for the Wi-Fi, but you found out a hacky way where you could get the Wi-Fi for free, that wouldn't be like heaven on earth. Well, until they figure out and fix it, but it would be pretty darn just right exactly what I say. A few years ago, I spent the summer at Grandma's house. It was reasonably fun overall, painting with my aunt and grandma and going to the beach. But there were, and still are, moments where my grandma can be difficult to wrangle. I love her nevertheless, which is why I'm happy this ended with laughter. At one point, she asked me to transcribe an email for her, so I sat down to type. She started talking until she misspoke a word. I believe she said beluga when she meant Bellagio. Well, my grandma didn't appreciate my correction and, quite crossly, insisted I copy her words down exactly and refrain from editorial remarks. I shrugged and continued typing. About halfway through, her dog grabs one of her shoes and thus begins about 10 minutes of cursing, pleading, and pulling, as she tries to retrieve her beloved Birkenstocks. I gleefully typed this all out, and soon enough the whole matter was done with when the dog fell asleep. Grandma resumed her train of thought, finished the email, and told me to hit send. "Grandma, are you sure?" "Yes, Paul, I'm quite sure. Now please send the email." I shrugged and complied. Later in the day, she got an interesting response from her friend, showed it to me, and I told her what she told me, to type out exactly what she said. Nothing was said about not typing the profanity. We all had a good chuckle after she clarified the situation with her friend. Well, if you're gonna get upset and yell that you have to take down exactly what they say, then you shouldn't be surprised when everything you say is taken down. If you were in this situation and the dog takes your grandma's Birkenstocks and runs around, would you be typing down the profanity she declared while running around the house? Or would you hold a little bit more restraint with that? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by Anvesh Parab. Not eligible for petrol allowance at your level. Fine. My friend V has a job that entails a lot of paperwork. When the pandemic hit, they adapted. However, when restrictions were eased to allow travel for work, he used his personal vehicle to get to work, as travel by public transport was not allowed. When he submitted his claim for the petrol, he was told that at his level, he was not eligible for petrol allowance. They suggested he could take a cab instead. So that's what he did. The cab fare ended up being 2.5 times the claim he put in for the petrol. The guy who laid down the rule finally saw the light and made an exception to the rules. I mean, I don't know what this company's thinking, but did they really think a cab fare every single day was going to cost less than just filling up your car and driving it? Maybe most of the workers were closer than OP's friend was or something, I don't know. This next story is by Dramonite. HOA didn't like the 3 inches of our tree on the sidewalk. I'm living with my parents temporarily and came home to my dad bitterly putting on his jacket and boots. He's not the type to express his frustration, so I asked what's going on. Apparently the HOA, who has only sent us a letter once in the 12 years we've lived here, sent one today nitpicking our yard. Our Christmas tree was 3 inches on the sidewalk and was a hazard to pedestrians' walking space, and didn't align with the tree maintenance code that doesn't allow overgrowth onto streets or sidewalks unless 8 feet tall. This also affected the tree across from the Christmas tree, since that thick branch you can see cut out was 7.8 feet tall over the sidewalk. There were a few other nitpicky things, but the letter at the end was like, "You have a week to fix this or you'll be charged $50 a day till it's fixed." We recently got a new head of the HOA, who's gun-happy to fix the neighborhood, since the old HOA president was pretty laid back during their last years. The letter was pretty passive-aggressive too, with specific measurements, direct quotes from the code, and a speak about keeping the neighborhood nice. I think my dad was even more mad because he's been working on the yard all week to make it nice for the winter and had just the Christmas tree left. So he told me, well, if they want it done that fast and are going to be hounding me the moment it's overgrown, then I don't want to risk it becoming a problem over the winter, which resulted in the image you see here. We measured the overhang. It's 8.3 feet. In his words, it ain't pretty, but it's within code. No expected rebuttal from the HOA, as they haven't sent another letter, and this was 3 weeks ago. My dad's only concern is the tree having a dead patch, but he's been meaning to get a different tree, since that one's coming close to being as tall as our house and is too much upkeep for him and his full-time job. Plus, he's getting a bit older, which makes the outdoor work harder for him now. Luckily, all my life, I haven't lived in places with HOAs. They seem nice, like the houses all look great, and that's the point, right? But I would just hate to pay a ton of money to live in a place where one random day you get a letter in the mail saying, hey, we're gonna make you pay $50 to $100 a day because a branch from your tree is slightly poking out over the sidewalk. Or the fact that in most HOAs, you gotta keep paying HOA fees just to live there. It just doesn't seem worth it to me. And our final story of the day is by Tapioca Fumble. Work on this music knowing there'll be many problems down the road? Okay, I'm an audio engineer. Around 5 years ago, I was working at a very high-end facility with some amazing equipment. The studio looked beautiful, it was quite amazing. Most of my time at the studio was spent recording musical artists and mixing their tracks. I was booked for an 8-hour block to mix some pre-recorded tracks that a producer was going to bring in. To clarify, mixing a song means taking all the individual instrument recordings and balancing volumes and applying effects. After a song is mixed, it's sent to a mastering engineer who puts the final touches on it and makes it ready for distribution. In most cases, especially if it's through a record label, the mixing engineer and mastering engineer are two different people, since they're two different art forms that utilize different technologies. I like to research my clients before they come in, so I did some poking around on the internet and found out very quickly that the producer coming into the studio is a very accomplished producer who's worked with some amazing artists. I was thrilled. I hadn't worked with a producer of this caliber before. We'll call him the producer. I made sure to get as much information as possible from the studio manager so that I could come into the session well prepared. My manager forwarded me an email from the producer that said they were just mixing a few songs. I asked if I was getting an assistant engineer to help. My manager told me that they actually requested that I don't have an assistant. That was a first, but I shrugged it off. I got to the studio and prepped for as much as I possibly could. The producer and the band that he recorded arrived, so I started getting files and such from them to start mixing. As I'm doing this, I started to see a lot of red flags. The producer brought in 10 songs that he needed mixed and mastered today. Typically, I'll mix 2 songs in 10 hours, maybe 3 if I'm hauling and not taking ear breaks and such. Furthermore, he wanted it to be mixed on our large recording console, the giant desk with all the buttons and faders and such, essentially bypassing the computer. I let him know the following. 1. Mixing 10 songs in 8 hours is going to be very difficult, and I'll have to sacrifice quality moving that quickly, but I'll do my best to mix all the songs in one day. 2. I'm not a mastering engineer, but I have experience mastering and can give them some masters that will suffice. I'll provide files they can send to other mastering engineers as well. 3. Mixing on a console instead of a computer means that it will be way more time consuming, since I'd be turning physical knobs, pushing physical buttons, and connecting gear with cables, and keeping track of all of this. It also means that if they want any edits or changes after today, they'll need to book the studio for at least 2 to 3 additional hours so that I can set everything up again exactly how it was. I figured that since the producer had worked with such amazing artists before, all of this would make sense to him. I got the impression that he either didn't care or more likely didn't realize. He was very nice, but quite dismissive and essentially told me to mix it on the console. To add to my stress, I started finding all sorts of mistakes and issues in the recording that would take more time to address. Despite this, we worked really well together. I felt I gave him more than enough information about my concerns, so I complied with his requests. Knowing full well that we were going to face a plethora of problems down the road, I got to work as fast as I could. The producer was quite eccentric, but we got along nicely and he was thrilled with some of the tricks I was pulling out of my hat to address all these issues. At the end of every mix, I'd take copious notes on what physical buttons were pushed, what cables were connected to what, etc. I did this for every client I've worked with, just in case they ever wanted to come back and make edits to the records. Normally, I'll have my assistant or intern do this, but they specifically asked not to have an assistant or intern around. I was able to get through each of the songs somehow. I was honestly impressed with myself. The song sounded good, but not good, as I didn't have enough time to make them good. They were happy with the mixes. The producer seemed quite surprised that they sounded the way they did, so I took that as a compliment. We ended on a good note, so I thought that was the end of it. A few days later, I get booked again for 2 hours. We normally don't book 2-hour blocks, it's just not worth it. However, I agreed to the 2-hour because there was another 8-hour session booked directly after, so it worked out perfectly. The studio manager didn't quite understand what I'd be doing in those 2 hours. The client was very vague and wouldn't answer any of our questions about what they wanted to have happen in those 2 hours. I show up for the session, and the producer from a few days before was there. Before I can say hello, a car that costs more than what I make in 2 years comes whipping through the parking lot. The guy just jumps out and begins barking orders at me. I put together that this must be the executive producer. For background, an executive producer is essentially the guy that knows nothing about the process, but has the money to fund it. It's a fancy name for the person who pays for everything. As he's barking orders at me, about 10 more ridiculously expensive cars pull in. I learned that the executive producer brought possible investors for his new record label into the studio to listen to the mixes and watch the executive producer manage a production team. After the executive producer greeted all of his investors, he instructed everyone to go into the studio. I tried to get him alone to talk to him before, but he responded with, "I'm going to do all the talking. You're going to do the work." He clearly wanted everybody to see how good he was at managing a production and such. He asked me to pull up the first song to play for his investors. I told him that if he wants to make any changes to the songs, I need at least 2 to 3 hours to set everything up before we can make changes. I told him I could play the songs for his investors, but I can't make any changes unless I take the 2 to 3 hours to set it up. I also said I can't even do that today since I have another client coming in 2 hours. As I'm saying this, I see the producer behind him smiling, clearly getting a lot of satisfaction from this. The executive producer literally turned red with anger and started yelling. I honestly couldn't understand half of what he said. When the executive producer stopped yelling, the producer cutely said, "I told you so." That's when I realized that the producer had actually been the one who maliciously complied with the executive producer, to some degree. This is my favorite part. The executive producer handed me a $100 bill and said something like, "You have 10 minutes to set it up." He did this in front of his investors. I'm not sure what he was thinking would happen. Some of them literally laughed out loud and walked out. I was sick of it. So, I maliciously complianced, knowing that I could never set it up in time, making the executive producer look bad in front of his investors. So I started setting it up anyway. I didn't take the $100. As I was setting up, one of the investors came up to me and asked if I was actually able to set it up in 10 minutes. I told him it wasn't possible, so he turned around and walked out. About 10 minutes later, they all left because I didn't have everything set up yet. Later that week, the producer came back to work with me some more. We had a great working relationship from that point on. I talked with the producer about this whole thing, and he said that the executive producer hired him to help get this record label off the ground. The executive producer apparently didn't listen to anything the producer advised him on and treated him very poorly, so the producer decided to just comply with whatever executive producer wanted, knowing full well it wouldn't work out. He got sick of the executive producer's antics and just wanted out. The producer informed the executive producer about everything that would go wrong before they booked me for the mix, and the executive producer completely disregarded him. The producer told me that the executive producer didn't want an intern or an assistant at the studio for the mix because he only wanted high-end music production people there. If assistant is in their title, they don't deserve to be there. It turns out that all the investors pulled out, and the band started to sue the executive producer for copyright infringement. That's a separate issue that I have no info on. You know, if a job regularly has an assistant, it's usually for a very good reason. You mean to tell me that this big executive producer doesn't have any assistants anywhere? I mean, that just goes to show what they think of assistants. And it just goes to show that even if you have a lot of money, you can't just throw money at something and make it a success. You've got to find the right people and listen to the advice they give you. Managers aren't allowed to tell me to use their parking space when they're off? Alright then. So this happened a good 6 years ago now. I was just starting my IT career, so I was a basic level 1 desktop engineer for a large financial company. My team consisted of me, a level 2 engineer, and 3 managers. 1 for data, 1 for people, and 1 overall manager. Parking in town was either expensive or impossible, and while management and supervisors got parking spaces in the huge multi-story next to the office, other staff members didn't get one and either had to pay the very expensive parking fees or park far away and walk. Being on a low entry-level salary, I opted to walk the 30 minutes into town and often got sick due to bad weather. The level 2 guy lived a 5-minute walk from the office and didn't own a car. When any of the managers were off, they offered their parking space to me so that I wouldn't have to walk, which was very nice of them, and greatly appreciated as it was saving me money too. One day, I got called into HR because somebody saw me coming out of the multi-story and got jealous and asked why I get a space and they don't. This HR manager was incredibly condescending and talked to me like I was a literal child with lines like, "Back when I was your age, I thought the world owed me everything too." Which is absolutely not my attitude, but sure, go off on one like you know me. She said it wasn't fair on the level 2 guy because he might want the space too. She wouldn't listen when I said he didn't drive and even said to me he didn't want it after I asked if he was okay with me using the space. At the end of the day, I went into the management office and we were chatting about the day as we usually did. And I told them about the HR meeting and said they weren't allowed to let me use their space anymore. The data manager then had a genius malicious compliance suggestion. She was a very selfless soul who sacrificed much of her time to help other people, and this situation rubbed her the wrong way, and she wanted to do something out of spite. She said that whenever any of them were on holiday, they'd just tell me that their parking space will be empty for the duration. Not specifically that I can use it, which is what we were told not to do from HR. So the next time they were on holiday, I parked in their space, and after a few days, somebody else got jealous and tattled to HR again. I said that I just took a chance on an empty space I found in the multi-story. They were rented, not pay and display. She went and asked the data manager when she was back in if she said I could use the space, to which she said, "No, I just said goodbye before I went on holiday for 2 weeks." HR then told her I was in her space in her absence and asked her if she wanted to raise a complaint against me. She said, "No thanks, I wasn't using it anyway." Their hands were tied and there was nothing they could do to prevent me from using the spaces as they're allocated privately to the individuals for use, even outside of office hours and only reclaimed when they leave. Does this HR also frustrate everybody else out there? The whole well, Jimmy said that they're jealous they can't use that parking space, and it is meant for management. I really don't think you should be able to park there and not Jimmy. I love that HR's argument at the very heart of it is that somebody is not allowed to use it unless they're the management person that owns the spot. Otherwise, they just don't want anybody to park there. Or at least they can't allow somebody to park there. I mean, I guess you can say the whole favoritism argument or whatever, but do you think HR was being ridiculous with this one? Or do you think they have a point in regards to it not being fair that OP gets to specifically park in that spot and nobody else? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Our next story is by Shoeless Gamer. Recut 20 lawns because every blade of grass needs to be the same exact height? Okay. So some context, this happened a summer ago. I'm a college student. In the summer, when I'm home, I typically work in landscaping and landscape design as a laborer. Think laying sod and bricks, building fences and decks, or cutting grass. I also live in Mississippi, so it's hot as balls and humid as heck in the summer. This particular summer, I was working on the landscaping side, so I was cutting grass, pulling weeds, upkeep sort of stuff. When it came time to cut grass, I was on weed eater duty. My job was to do trim work, basically cut grass the mower can't reach. This Thursday was a particularly hot one. Just after a good rain, so it was excessively hot and humid. To add on to this, the job for that day was a contract place that was 20 or so houses, arranged in a circle around 2 ponds and a walking path, making the humidity even higher because of the ponds and lack of airflow, tall trees around and in the place. The lots themselves weren't particularly big, but the place took around 9 to 11 hours to do well, and most of the houses also had the super cranky old people in them that would complain over the most minor things. I'm talking one weed in a flower box under a bush. So we arrive at like 6:15 and get to cutting and all that good stuff. I grab my weed eater, throw my earbuds in and do my thing. While I weed eat, I'm continually walking and occasionally will bump the weed eater with my leg, raising it up a little bit and making the grass slightly uneven every so often, maybe half an inch at the most. This usually isn't noticeable, but if it happens up against a house or a structure, you can tell if you look for it. So I'll typically go back and try to level it out the best I can if I notice it happen. I do the whole place's front yards and backyards. We then weed the whole place front and back. We're getting ready to pack up and head home. It's like 4 o'clock by now, when incompetent Richard comes to the job site and starts looking around. He finishes up and pulls John aside and shows him around the place, then leaves. This process took an hour or so myself, John, my foreman, direct boss, and Elle, my coworker, have just burnt an hour on overtime doing nothing. By this point in the week, it was typical for us to be running on overtime. John comes over to Elle and I, telling us that we missed a ton of stuff and to grab the weed eaters and a bucket. We then walk around the place, and John starts pointing out groups of like 4 blades of grass that are fractions of an inch higher than the others. Barely noticeable stuff, like you really gotta look for this stuff hard. Furthermore, if you try to cut some of these with a weed eater, they bend from the downwash of the spinning strings. So you risk gouging a nice 5 to 12 inch circle in the grass trying to cut like 4 blades of grass. We begin to redo the whole place front and back, pulling small weeds here and there from under bushes, and doing our best to cut the offending blades of grass. By the second house, Elle and I are complaining to John that we're hot and tired. It's like 5:30, and we know this will take us 2 more hours. John tells us he knows this is stupid, and it's not his fault. He understands the stupidity and our pissedness. Cue the malicious compliance. Elle and I decide that we're going to make sure all offending blades of grass are cut to the same height. That new height? Dirt. The thing is, if you cut grass too low, it can die. We knew this, but incompetent Richard and the cranky old people wanted it the same height exactly, and that's what they were going to get. We re-walked the place and cut any grass that is against something and over the height of dirt. We also made sure to hold our weed eaters in a way that when we cut those offending grass, we hit the surrounding grass with the full 12-inch diameter of the weed eater, leaving a nice 12-inch circle spot that you couldn't see now, but would when the grass died in a few days. We leveled all the grass against any structure, leaving a nice gouge where walls, fences, and flower beds met the lawn. We finished around 7:30 and headed home, and didn't hear a peep the next day. The next week, the lawns had 12-inch brown circles of grass everywhere. By Tuesday, incompetent Richard talked to John about it. John just told him the offending blades had been cut as he'd asked, and something along the lines of it was now all uniform in height. We couldn't help that some of the grass didn't survive the new stringent height regulations. Incompetent Richard never talked to Elle, John, or myself about it again. A few notes and fallout: this wasn't the first time and wouldn't be the last time that incompetent Richard came to nitpick our work at the end of a day, which would sometimes result in us having to drive across the city or walk a mile or 2 up the road, and at the end of the day to fix BS little things that weren't messed up, adding hours to already long hot days. Though it was the last time we ever had problems at that place, we also got the satisfaction of knowing that incompetent Richard had to take the numerous calls from cranky old people about their lawns for a few weeks. These people would cuss us out even before the incident, so I don't want to imagine what they told him. The lawns had still had pretty noticeable dead spots and scars when I left towards the end of the summer. Also, incompetent Richard saw himself as better than any of us filthy laborers, Elle and I, and would avoid critiquing us to our faces. This is primarily because the few times he nitpicked us directly, we either told him why it was stupid or handed him our equipment and told him to do it himself, which he would then proceed to mess up. This was a common sentiment he held towards all of the crews under his supervision, and their reactions when he critiqued them similarly were similar to ours. In the mornings at the shop, he would sometimes talk about how we needed to be more respectful to him because he was our boss, to which people would reply something about respecting our quality work, which it was 99% of the time, and not nitpicking stupid stuff and not showing up at the end of the day to give us more dumb stuff to do, such as chop a tree down and then drive off, expecting us to load it up when he had an empty open-top trailer and we had a full box truck. What we did made its way to other crews and they carried out similar antics, which led to him getting a tough time from his bosses who held him responsible for these events. The effects of this general disdain eventually got to him so much, you could see it just by the way he carried himself and the stress on his face. This dude is so stuck in his ways and refusing to change or reconsider or just be better in general, to the point that they're allowing themselves to walk around carrying themselves all stressed and worked up when they could just work it out and let it go. Richard, sadly, I think needs a lot of work. And our final story of the day is by Quester SA. You can't get quarters from bug bites. When I was in the army, my unit had a training day one day where we did tactical movements in close quarters combat with paintball guns. It was pretty fun. Except it was in Texas in the middle of summer in a training area full of tall grass that I ended up crawling around in a lot. I didn't notice any problems until a couple hours later when I was getting ready to head home and my legs started burning. I pulled my boots off and rolled my pants up, and my feet and legs up to my mid-thigh were swollen and covered in hundreds of angry red welts. Apparently I'd crawled through a nest of chiggers, tiny biting bugs common in America that are apparently called tromboculity officially, and they'd gone to town on my legs, bad enough to provoke an allergic reaction. I drive myself to the emergency room at the base hospital, and while I'm waiting to be seen and feeling more and more terrible, but needing to focus on something else, I started counting the bites. I stopped when I got to 100, and that was just on the inside of my right calf. The doc had never seen anything like it, and I ended up getting a massive dose of steroids, antibiotics, and inflammatories, all hospital grade and with serious side effects of their own, as well as 4 days of quarters, the military equivalent of being told to stay home and don't come into work. My girlfriend came and picked me up from the hospital and drove me home because at that point, I was in no state to drive myself, between the allergic reaction and the meds I was on to treat it. On my way home, I call my sergeant to let him know about my situation so he can get word up the chain of command. About an hour after that, I get a call from the first sergeant, the senior-most NCO in the unit, herself. Now, she was one of the most incompetent first sergeants I ever worked with during my time in the army, constantly making terrible decisions, mindlessly greenlighting whatever terrible decision our equally incompetent captain came up with, and micromanaging people unnecessarily. She tells me that my quarters have been revoked by the captain and that I have to come in the following day. I tell her that I'm holding orders in my hand from a doctor who's also a lieutenant colonel that I'm supposed to take my time off to recover. She responds with, "You can't get quarters from bug bites," and rants at me that I'm just malingering and trying to get out of work. There's no way I could possibly be seriously ill from just some bug bites. I tried to explain that I'd had an allergic reaction, but she wasn't having it, insisting I was a liar and a bad soldier because of it. I was to be at formation the next morning at 0900. Because of the extensive exercise we all got at the training event, they canceled PT for the day, with my supposed quarter slip, and they would decide then if they were going to punish me more for trying to pull this stunt. Cue malicious compliance. Okay, I wore my PT uniform, a t-shirt and shorts, rather than our fatigues the next day, and had my girlfriend drive me in. I was still too messed up from the bites and meds to drive. I figured if I was gonna get in trouble anyways, being in the wrong uniform would be the least of my worries. But my bare legs instead showed off the literal hundreds of now angrily red, almost purple or black in some cases, huge welts on my legs. The skin was more welt than not by the next morning. And I walked up showing off that rather horrific sight to my entire company of more than 100 enlisted NCOs and officers. Literally everyone who sees me is like, "Jesus, OP, what happened to your legs?" It's clear to every single person in the company that I'm actually legitimately having an allergic reaction just by sight alone. The first sergeant hears people making a ruckus, sees me, and turns bright red, knowing she messed up when she hears me answering warrant officers, including my direct supervisor, asking, "Why are you here if you're that sick?" with, "First sergeant made me come in and told me that you can't get quarters because of bug bites." Within 10 minutes, I've handed in a copy of my quarter slip, gotten a quiet and very private apology from the first sergeant, and was sent home for the next 4 days. This is definitely very, very good, but what would have been perfect is if OP got that doctor back in it. I would love for OP to have gone back to the doctor, who I believe is higher ranking, and say, "Is this first sergeant allowed to just ignore the orders you gave and just watch it all spiral downhill?" I just think it's ridiculous that if somebody has a medical exemption, that anybody would try to fight that, regardless of how ridiculous sounding the situation may be. Especially if somebody clarifies, "Yeah, it hit my allergies really hard," then I would definitely understand. I want it as black as your shirt. This happened a while ago, but I felt it was worth a share. I work in a small kitchen, and this customer came in who we have named Burnt Ham Lady. She comes in and orders a ham po' boy and asks us to throw the sliced ham deli meat onto the grill and char it up for her. One day, I guess our char wasn't good enough, and she sends it back and tells us she wants the ham as black as our shirts. Cue the malicious compliance. Against our better judgment, we turn the grill up past 500 and slap the ham down until it's just char. We aren't happy with it. It looks a little disgusting, but we send it out. She eats it, and kind of just casually says it was a little too burnt. She never again asked for it as black as our shirts, but to this day, I'm baffled that she ate it. Having read this story, I'm a little curious. Sometimes, some things I do like a little overdone. Like for me, something I love is pepperoni on the pizza when it's a little bit overdone. I also don't complain too much about bacon, sometimes toast is nice like that. There's even like well-done Cheez-Its, which I really like. Are you a fan of some things being a little overdone or maybe even on the burnt side a little bit? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Our next story is by Zimbora. Use a template for forwarding tickets? No problem. I used to work in a call center for a while as first level support. I did 3 different projects. This was my last one as support for a pharmaceutical company. General stuff, solve technical issues, and if it's not possible, then send it to second level teams. Our team leader got feedback from the second level teams that we don't share enough information when sending a ticket to them, so they created a template to use when forwarding a ticket. The template was very generic and was only good for like 2 types of issues to handle, so I didn't use it that much. I was good at what I was doing, so no complaints about me anyway. The team leader approached me to use the template every time I forward a customer case. I told him that the template is basically useless for most of the issues. That's why I didn't use it. He insisted to use it anyway. Cue to malicious compliance. From now on, I used the template for all the tickets I forwarded, and it really increased the time to log a case. I used some self-created templates previously so I could do it as fast as I can. Because of having to go fill in all the unnecessary details, I could do a ticket in like 3 to 5 minutes. It went up to 10 to 20, depending on the case. This made my performance go down a bit, but like I cared, they told me to use it all the time. In the end, I found out if a keyword is used, the report shows I used the template. I recreated my templates, including the keyword, so I could log tickets fast again. But as mentioned, using the template took a lot of time, so I spend my time in ticket handling for the same amount of time. But not actually doing anything, just relaxing. Perks of work from home, I suppose. They always pushed us to work as fast. The idea of a template was reducing the time needed for logging, as we could, as the volume was high, but whatever. They asked me to use their stupid template anyway. In the end, I was barely doing any calls, as I was on my notice. But they didn't fire me as they needed me to handle the workload. I was hoping to be fired or just let go so I could start my new job earlier. No more call centers, thanks. I think in this situation it was definitely something that echoes the only really caring about the second level and not so much the first. Whatever management clearly was like, okay, second level wants this, we need that done. I don't care how good you are on the first level, we're just gonna do this exact cookie cutter thing. It's all done without an attention to detail, which is actually analyzing what's good and what's bad on the first level. This next story is by Matt Rock J. Your assignment isn't long enough. Describe your thinking process. So I'll first say, university is hard, but bad professors make it 10 times harder. My literature professor in particular made a point that he is very stringent on grading. Everything needed to be done exactly as asked, and you must use what you learned in class. This isn't uncommon, but it was like he was railroading us to do everything his way. Which is ironic since, like I said, it was a literature class. Anyways, on a recent assignment, I'll admit I didn't exactly put my heart and soul into it. It was just a book report, but I didn't care much for the book. So I sorta just skimmed it. Anyways, after I got my grade back, I discovered that I'd gotten a C. And the only notes he gave were, your assignment isn't long enough, describe your thinking process. Needless to say, I was thoroughly pissed. I didn't put my all into it, but it's not like I didn't try. So fine, you want a longer assignment? You'll get one. The next assignment was on Shakespeare, and we were allowed to use any of his works. I'd done Romeo and Juliet so many times it'd become boring, but that also meant I was really good at it. More specifically, writing about it. The next week of my life was spent writing a very intricate and a long essay detailing a surrealist perspective of Juliet and her suicide. Actually, I'm pretty proud of it too. Best part though, it was 12 pages. I literally detailed every tiny piece I could squeeze out. I included dictionary definitions, references to modern literature, and even a whole BS segment claiming it was a retelling of Hamlet. Mostly just me trying to make as many statements as possible. Anyway, since everything's online now, I handed it in through the Dropbox system they have. Feeling pretty content with myself, I decided to look at some of the other submissions. The longest one I found was 4 pages, also about Romeo and Juliet, and I instantly become even more pleased with myself. So grading time comes around, and it seems to be taking a little longer than usual. Actually, I got my grades for that assignment a week late. I checked mine and was shocked to see no notes, but I did get an A. However, in the notes for the whole class, I found it said, please keep future assignments below 3 pages unless specified. Pretty sure I won that battle. Although OP definitely won this battle and pulled one over on the teacher, my hat actually goes off to that teacher for sitting down and reading through all 12 pages. At least, them putting the grades in a week late suggests that they actually did make an effort to read through it all. The no notes makes it surprising, but if they actually did read through everything OP put out, because a lot of times when I hear stories like this where people write really long things, the teacher don't even finish it, I actually commend that professor. Our next story is by the Crooked Compass. You can use extension cords. A few years ago, I was looking at a garage rental space for a workshop. I met with the landlord and everything looked great, except that there was only one outlet in this huge space, and it was at the completely wrong end of the building. I asked the guy about the electric, explaining I needed to run tools. He said, yeah, that's fine, and I won't charge you for electric. I said, okay, awesome. Is there any way I can have another outlet added farther out into the space? He seemed very confused and asked why I couldn't just use extension cords. I explained that I'd have to run one over 100 feet and it would cross over the garage door entrance, and I'd be worried about the resistance tripping the breaker, which I didn't have any access to. Again, he seemed very confused. I simplified my explanation again, figuring he didn't know much about electrics. And he said, okay, we can definitely talk about adding an outlet. So with my electrical concerns addressed, I agreed to come back the next day to put down a deposit and sign the lease. The next day, I arrive, check in hand, and once again ask him about the electric. He again seems very confused with my issue, again asking why I can't just use extension cords. I patiently explain again, this time saying, well, the junction box is right here. I could just run another line and I'll do everything to code. He says no, says he doesn't want me messing with the electric. I figure he's concerned with insurance, so I say, what if I hire an electrician to do it and paid for it? It would make the space more attractive to future tenants. But again, he disagreed and this time said, I think you should just use extension cords. At this point, I was torn. I wanted the space, it was a reasonable price and size, but the electric was important as well. I pushed the issue one more time, but again he wouldn't relent and said, I don't want anyone messing with the electrical. Okay, fine. I say, would you mind if I hung up the extension cords on the top of the wall so it's out of the way? He says, yeah, sure, that's fine. I say, so it's okay if I screw or staple the wires up? He says, yeah, absolutely, no problem. I say, okay. So I signed the lease, and a few days later went to the hardware store, bought 250 feet of 12-3 Romex, electrical house wire for those not familiar, an outlet box, an outlet, and a pack of wire staples and a heavy-duty plug end. I looked up the local electrical code and went to town. I wired up an extra outlet, just as an electrician would, complete with 2-code wiring placement and staples and all, and then ran it all the way to the existing outlet and terminated it into the heavy-duty plug. I effectively made a really nice extension cord. This worked perfectly, never popped the breaker, and was a lot safer than running a random extension cord across the building. The best part was his reaction. He didn't notice until I was about to leave, and I asked him if he wanted me to take it down. He said, wait, you did that? I thought that was just wiring that was already here. Then when I pointed out to him that he could have just had it spliced into the junction box by an electrician, he was impressed and said, no, that's fine, you can leave it. I don't know if this guy was just afraid that somebody wanted to get something done that wasn't the best idea, or was afraid that they would hire somebody that would mess things up. I would definitely say though, depending on where I'm living, having accessible outlets in the most comfortable of places is honestly like a very big selling point for me. I've lived in houses that had unconventional spots or fewer outlets than you would desire, and you always wish you had the money to blow to just call up an electrician and just get nearly every wall outfitted with an outlet or something. Don't you just hate though that OP offered to pay a real electrician to get it professionally done the right way, and at the very end OP does it the less right way, but the guy's like, oh, this is great, you can leave that up no problem. I'd be pretty annoyed at the end. Our next story is by Oh My God Stop Pit. Sure, you can ask me to do that again. Backstory, I've always been a tidy person. When I was a kid, I cleaned my room and made my bed with no one telling me I needed to. I picked up the common living areas at home because I wanted to. I've also been a person who does not like doing yard work. Back in the summer when I was 8 years old, my parents asked me to mow the lawn that day while they were at work. Excuse me, what the freak? Not only do I not do that kind of work, I had 2 older brothers, 10 and 15, who were the ones to take care of the outside maintenance. I was pissed, so I whined, complained, put up a fight. I wasn't going to do it. My mother called me throughout the day to remind me to mow the lawn and have it done by the time the parents came home. Fine. Cue the malicious compliance. I got out the lawnmower, looked at the half acre of grass, much of it on a hill, and got down to business of doing what I was asked. I haphazardly pushed that mower all over the yard, straight lines veering off into squirrels, then diagonal lines, random stopping points in the middle of a row, making shapes, and just made a mess of the yard. I did that on the front, sides, and back. Most of the grass was still uncut. My parents came home and asked me what the heck did I do, how it wasn't okay, it needed to be fixed, they were mad at me, blah blah blah. I looked them straight in the eyes and said, you can ask me to mow the lawn again, but I'll do the same thing. I don't like it, and I clean the inside. Take it or leave it. They left it. Never mowed the lawn again, and never did any yard work again. I wish as a kid I equally had the ability to tell my parents, no, I don't want to do that kind of work, but also just having the drive to clean up after myself as a kid like OP did. I would be unstoppable if I had that amount of drive. And our final story of the day is by 6 ones, 9, and then 5 ones. No worries, I got you covered. This one happened when I was serving as a mechanic in the military. Our unit was deployed on a domestic op for disaster relief. We had about 90 vehicles that made the drive, and it took 3 long days of driving to get there. For anyone not familiar with old military vehicles from the 90s, they're definitely an uncomfortable ride and don't go very fast. Each vehicle had 2 assigned drivers that rotated at their own discretion. Anyone not assigned to a vehicle got to ride in comfort either in one of the charter buses, or there were a couple of flights home. Both options were much more comfortable than driving. The day we arrived, a vehicle was brought to us with a broken rear window. Low on the priority list, but still not legally roadworthy. I tagged the side window with a grounded vehicle notice and took the universal key from the vehicle. All our vehicles of the same type have the same key style to switch on the ignition. The doors are never locked because key tracking with the amount of vehicles we have is non-existent, and there's always guards around the compound at night. I noticed the next day before lunch, the vehicle wasn't in the compound, but I didn't think much of it. I knew it wasn't being worked on because it's a small shop and I manage shop flow. Over the next 3 weeks, I noticed it was usually gone at lunch, but was always there when we were shuttering down the shop in the evenings. I should mention the mess hall that we were eating at was about a 15-minute walk from the compound. Once I noticed a pattern with this vehicle, I sat outside before lunch, puffing on a cigar and playing on my phone. I watched the drivers that dropped the vehicle off broken walk up to it, remove my grounded tag, then drive off in the vehicle towards the mess hall. The big red grounded tags are supposedly a chargeable offense if removed by anyone other than a mechanic. But no one in my unit would enforce that, especially because one of the drivers was an officer. So I let it go and made sure no one fixed that window. A couple of days before the road move home, I saw the lists go out. Everyone who drove out in a vehicle was driving it back home. Everyone else was stuffed on buses and overflow had 3 flights home. Sure enough, that officer and his buddy were on the flights because their vehicle was grounded and going home on a flatbed. The day before the flights, I went over and screwed some plywood over the window of that vehicle, then informed his chain of command that his vehicle was roadworthy and needed a driver to go home. There were no available flatbeds, I made sure of that. The officer came down all upset to try and get it on a truck anyway because his flight was tomorrow. But my sergeant was well aware of the situation and told him if his vehicle was roadworthy every day to drive him to the mess hall, then it definitely was able to get him home. The look on his face was priceless. 3 days of crap driving to save himself 15 minutes of walking a day. I just love the fact that OP waited until there was no way this guy could weasel out of it to totally slap them down and stick them in this car and make sure they have an uncomfy, bumpy ride home in a vehicle they're very familiar with. Won't let me correct a spelling mistake? Good luck getting me to pay. Reading another malicious compliance about phone companies reminded me of this. This was a good many years ago now. My husband's phone bill had a spelling mistake. Never really paid attention to it, never really caused any issues. Until it did, of course. The mistake was simple. Think Rod William instead of Rod Williams type simple. One day, we moved states and put in for mail redirection. Now, where I'm from, mail redirections have to be exact. So the bill never got forwarded. And all that goes along with moving. It didn't even cross our minds that the bill hadn't arrived or been paid. And then inevitably, the phone got cut off. Once we realized, we were all set to fix it up. Pay the bill, change our address, etc. But no, can't be that simple. You see, to change the spelling mistake, we needed to provide proof of my husband's correct name. But for any name change, they need name change documents, such as a wedding certificate or other official name change document, which he doesn't have, as it's not a name change, just a spelling mistake. For some reason, his license or passport was not good enough evidence. We ask what we can do to get this fixed up, and they offer no help or resolution, just stonewalling that there's no possible way to fix the incorrect spelling. Okay, cool. At this point, we were cranky, not going to help us with what should be a simple fix. We won't pay the bill, we told them. They respond with the details of the contract and our obligations, debt collectors, etc. We simply replied, "But who are you going to go after?" They replied, "You, of course." My husband, looking comically confused, said, "But my name's not Rod William, and I'm not going to pay his bill. Good luck finding him. If you happen to send me my own bill, though, I would be happy to pay that." Shocked face and "oh, look," spelling mistake gets corrected immediately. If you found yourself in an issue like this with your bill, would you be so willing to say, "Well, I'm not going to pay it then," and just do whatever you can to force their hand to finally realize their mistake? Whether or not that ends up going to a debt collector and furthering on down the process? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by I'm Not Told I'm Retro. Won't let me transfer my phone contract? Bye. Around 2013, I was living in Australia and had an iPhone 4 on contract for $60 or $70 a month. Circumstances changed, so I moved back to the UK. I didn't want to let go of my contract or change phones, so I called up my provider and spent nearly an hour trying to work out a solution. I genuinely didn't want to change provider. I say, "Can I continue to use my phone in the UK full time?" Operator says, "No, roaming's for a limited time." I say, "Okay, can I pay a fee and get the phone unlocked to a UK provider?" They say, "No, you're locked in and can't pay a single fee to get out." I say, "Can I pay the total bill for the whole contract and get the phone unlocked?" They say, "No, you have to pay each month." I say, "Do you know where I'm living in the UK?" They say, "No." I say, "Okay, I've tried to be nice. Good luck finding me to bill me." It's been 8 years, still miss that phone, not the customer service. Depending on the company, it might have been obtuse to try and get some kind of system worked out, I don't know. You would think though that if the company exists in both locations that something could be figured out, or like OP was even trying to do, just get the phone unlocked so they can take it elsewhere. If somebody is literally leaving the country saying, "I want to pay you up front all the money I was going to pay you later," I feel like the company's stupid for not having a policy where they can do that. Like, when you think about inflation, they're getting a great deal getting all that money up front. This next story is by Best Darn Mom Ever. Do it or I punch you? Okay. I'm not sure if it fits here, but I love playing malicious compliance on my kids. It started one day when my youngest was really unbearable and I was really tired. He didn't want to tie it up after dinner. They have to put their dishes in the kitchen after eating. And he knew I wouldn't let him watch anything if he didn't do that. It wasn't a problem to tidy up, he just didn't want to do it. It's like playing tug of war, and kids do that a lot. He was shouting louder at me and started throwing a tantrum to make me put his dishes away for him and waiting for me to give in. I usually ignore such behavior and pretend to not hear nor see him when he acts like this, sometimes adding with surprise, "Oh, you're talking to me? I didn't know. I can't understand you at all when you yell like that. It would be easier for me to understand you if you talk calmly to me." It usually works perfectly, but I had a really bad day and couldn't stand him shouting like that. But suddenly he said, "Do it or I'll punch you." I was angry at first, but I said, "Okay, punch me." He was confused but still angry, so he eventually punched my arm. He was confused but still angry, so he eventually punched my arm. He didn't put a lot of force to it, like he wasn't sure if I won't scold him for that, but I didn't at all. I looked at him and said, "Okay, I guess we can move on now. You punched me, so you can tidy up your dishes now." "But I want you to do that." I say, "But I agreed for your proposition. I tied up or you punch me. You punched me, so why do you still want me to tidy up after you? That's not fair." He was still very confused and angry, but he understood that there's nothing more he can do now. It works with everything. "Give me a chocolate bar or I'll kick you." "Okay, kick me and go away. Just do it quickly, I'm busy." "I want to play with this now. Give it to me or I'll hit you." You know where it's going. He quickly realized that threatening me like that to get anything is the easiest way to lose it at all. He tried this just a few more times to find out it only makes things worse for him until he stopped it all. He never wanted to hurt me. He wanted many other things that he was losing definitely if I agreed to his blackmail. Kicking, hitting, or punching and getting what he wants was never an option. I played it also a few times on my oldest, but he's a bit more restrained. Not sure if that's the right word. And he never actually did what he was threatening me to do. Thankfully, he was giving up without any hitting or kicking. They're very careful with what they say to me right now because they know the crazy mother may agree. I'm glad that it's proving to be a successful method for OP, but I don't think I would necessarily agree with that being a good tactic universally. Obviously, the kids still have a good heart or are very rationally thinking still, even though some do hit or kick. I know there's plenty of kids out there that'll hit, kick, and keep on going till they get what they want, and enabling that will just make them want to kick and hit even more. But every kid's different. This next story is by Crossum. ID everyone at the door and every bag? You got it. Working in security at a casino is probably one of the best places to work at. There's not only free drinks, but there's cheap food, music, and girls that are down, free or not. However, it does come with its quirks that are unique to a casino/hotel combo. Back in 2020, we had to conduct temperature checks and hand out free masks, as well as maintain social distancing and keep a limit of guests in the venue. 2,000 guests Monday to Thursday and 3,500 Friday to Sunday. This also allowed for us to stop the line if things go wrong. During briefing pre-shift on a Friday, I worked swing shift at the time, a joke was thrown my way from the director on IDing guests as they came through. If you can solo the garage side entrance for 4 hours starting at 7 p.m. all the way to the end of the shift, and ID everyone that needs to be checked, you'll see where this goes in a minute, and check bags that come through, I'll add a bonus to your check. I said deal. So 7 p.m. comes by, I show up to a count of 1,500 people in the venue and 4 temperature lines, with guests starting to come en masse. This thread is about malicious compliance. I stopped every single guest for their ID, checked every single bag, and slowed their door down. I was just starting work again after getting out of the Marines 2 months prior. I used a pronounced voice in a firm and professional manner and directed a slow flow of guests into the casino. At the end of the 4 hours, I had checked 460 bags, 1,724 IDs, and confiscated 54 knives, 7 sex toys, 93 torch lighters, 58 bottles of wine, 9 packs of beer, and over 35 pounds of controlled substances ranging from marijuana bags, meth, coke, heroin, GHB, and 80 milligrams of fentanyl. My director came to personally check up on me and nearly pooped himself when he realized I took him seriously. "What the freak is wrong with you?" he asked. I restated his question to him. He says, "You know I was kidding, right? Holy crap." I laughed and walked off post as the night and shift had concluded. The bonus? $0. My job? Still a poop-paying gig. Do I want to do it again? If asked, I will comply maliciously. I have a feeling that, despite the compensation, OP has a certain joy for their job. I feel like most people wouldn't go above and beyond and do that amount of security clearance work unless they just, for some reason, truly enjoyed it. But hey, I mean, that club must be like the safest club around. If anything, if I was that director and saw that kind of work, I would actually give them a bonus because they deserve it. Also, I'm kind of confused why they had to confiscate the toys. Everything else I understand, but why the toys? This next story is by The Min Show. Want me to upsell a magazine more than a discount card? Okay, will do. In high school, I worked at GameStop in Nowheresville, Tennessee. Back then, they had a discount card that saved 15% on used items, and gave trade-in value as well. We were supposed to sell these things in 5% of our sales, but we crushed it at 15 to 25% a month, and our store always got accolades for it. But one day, we get told that a secret shopper came by, and we were selling the combo wrong. We highlighted the discount card heavily, as it basically paid for itself after 1 to 3 visits, and the magazine was the cherry on top. But corporate wanted us to sell it as a magazine subscription that also came with a discount card. So about 2 weeks in, and my upsell numbers are at around 10%. I decided to get malicious. The instructions given were that we had to sell the subscription first, so from then on, I blitzed through the magazine part and focused heavily on the discount card. It went something like, "So there's this magazine subscription you can get, and it comes with this discount card, yada yada yada." My manager saw what I was doing, but he didn't care for the corporate policy. He was cool with it since he could say, we are saying magazine first. Honestly, if I was the owner, I wouldn't care either because you're making sales. I would encourage my employees to keep making those sales however you can if it's making the store profit, obviously. Sell the cards, don't worry about the magazine subscriptions, corporate can buy it, we're doing great here. That's what I would say. Our next story is by Thermidor the Lobster. Malicious compliance didn't turn out how I expected. The intention was there, not the outcome, so I don't know how well it fits here. Several years ago, I got a mobile phone bill for £0. I didn't want to waste time calling them to query this, so I sent them a check for £0, stapled to the copy of the bill. My thinking was, they won't want to cash it and won't have a procedure to handle it, so they may have to return it to me. And any way around, it'll cost them money for their stupidity. Well, I didn't get my check back and they disconnected my phone due to an unpaid bill. They did reconnect me and admitted the mistake, but my clever jape backfired. Don't you love how you can really play by their mistake, play by their game? And then they can go, yeah, say goodbye to your phone service. We're gonna pretend we don't see the mistake on our end till you call us out on it. It really makes you realize they just play by their own rules and you just gotta have to work around them. And our final story of the day is by Listen Up Here You Runt. Wash dishes? Sure thing. So I was recently hired at a fast food place. Don't tell me how much it sucks and how I'm going to hate it because I already know. And I've been learning the ropes. On a night shift a couple of days ago, my manager had just left for the day and my shift leader was in charge. That day, I was supposed to learn how to bag up food, but my manager forgot to show me before she left. So my manager told my shift leader to teach me. My shift leader had shown to be completely insufferable before this occasion. She was lazy, rude, always on her phone, and expected me to pick up things instantly that I'd watched a 40-second video on a week prior. On top of all of this, I'm neurodivergent, and absorbing information is really difficult for me without repetitively completing that task or assignment. So after I unsuccessfully tried bagging a couple of orders, making small mistakes like missing napkins or ketchup, she rolled her eyes and told me to go do the dishes. I complied, feeling frustrated and completely dismissed. Well, about an hour later, I was still doing the dishes and the 5 o'clock rush came. Normally I'm on the fryer taking care of all of the sides, but I was still at the sink. I got to watch as the only other 2 people working, including my shift manager, had to work extra hard to make up for my absence. Meanwhile, I was doing exactly what she asked me to do. She never even asked me for help. I felt bad at first, but then I realized all of the times I had to cover for her when she wasn't doing the job she was supposed to. Now we're cool and I wouldn't do that again, but I still feel as if she doesn't respect me as a person since I'm a minor. At least I'll always have that one time that I actually made her do her job. I'm very much a believer in leading by example whenever possible. Obviously, not every person in a managerial position or a leadership position is going to be able to replicate the work that the skilled people underneath them do. But being hands-on and giving them the ropes and adequate training and leading by example where you can, I think is invaluable and indicative of a great leader. Make me come in even though I'm sick? Well, okay then. I hope I don't have a fever. A few years ago, I worked as a seasonal worker unloading trucks and stocking shelves. I was good at my job, but my boss thought I was the worst employee ever. He had a bone to pick with me specifically and nobody else. Even though there were people who did worse jobs than me, I was always the one that got the criticism. Eventually, I caught some bug. I woke up one day unable to talk. It was laryngitis. I texted my boss telling him I couldn't come in. He told me I had to come in anyways. I reiterated that I was sick and it could be contagious, but he didn't care. So I looked up if laryngitis was contagious. Laryngitis is normally caused by a bacterial infection. This bacteria is only spread if you have a fever. Checks body temperature, 97.4 degrees. So I went to work. It was actually kind of nice not being able to talk. Nobody bothered me. I unloaded the truck and stocked my shelves. They looked as good as they ever did. When I got home, I checked my temp again, 97.4 degrees. And the same thing the next day, 97.4 before work. I did my unloading and stocking. Towards the middle of my shift, I was feeling kinda feverish. I texted my boss saying I should go home. A couple minutes later, he walks up to me and says, "You're not going home until you finish stocking." So I finish stocking and go home. 98.1 degrees, and I go to work again the next day, still unable to talk. 97.8 before, 97.4 after. After that, I wasn't scheduled for 2 days. Go back to work after that feeling normal. I can talk again. Get to work, and my boss isn't there. Apparently, he has laryngitis. See, I think the thing that bothers me the most, not even necessarily the boss catching laryngitis and being like well, you asked for it kind of thing, but OP said they work stocking shelves and unloading trucks. They're in direct contact with things that a lot of random strangers are going to come in and pick up. That said, if you had a boss that made you come in when you were feeling sick, and you find out they catch it from you, would you want to text them yourselves and say, "But you have to come in"? Kind of rib them or tease them a little bit? Or is that not very smart poking the bear? Let me know what you would do in the comments down below. Our next story is by CrackSnap7. You want the exact amount? You get the exact amount. When I was 13 or 14, I decided I wanted a PS3. My dad refused to buy me one, but my uncle made me an offer I couldn't refuse. He said that if I worked at his sweet shops for the 2 months of summer break, he would buy me a PS3 and some games in lieu of payment. For teenage me with no commitments, this seemed fantastic. My uncle sold a kind of specialty snack known as a mini samosa in his shop. They're like samosas, but smaller, about 3.5 to 4 centimeters in size. About 1/2286th of a football field for my American friends. They were sold by weight, in sealed packs of 250 grams and 500 grams, as these were the most common amounts people bought. Making those packages turned out to be my job. You see, sometime between now and when Uncle started his business, he realized that 250 grams was roughly the weight of 28 mini samosas, and thus 56 were 500 grams. So instead of weighing each packet, I was told to just pack by counting individual items, which was easier and saved time. We also sold them individually for people who wanted larger, smaller, or unusual amounts. This was also around the time when our government started airing customer awareness PSAs. Basically, just telling customers to be aware of fraudulent business people. This is relevant. So, one particularly hot afternoon, it was just me and my uncle at the shop. In India, frequent power cuts were very common during summers, and thus there were no fans or AC running. Both tempers and temperatures were running high at the shop that day. It was then that the villain of our story, Mr. Karen, made his entry. He was a local resident and a regular. He seemed angry from the onset when he barged into the shop. He took a look at the fans and saw that they weren't running, then angrily picked up a 500-gram pack of samosas and asked, "How many samosas are in this thing?" "That's 500 grams, I said. "I said how many, not how much," Mr. Karen literally screamed. "Again, how many in this?" 56, I replied immediately since, I packed them. "How can you be so sure? You didn't even count. You're trying to cheat me." Mr. Karen was now in full-scale Karen mode. "I demand you pack me 500 grams of those individual ones, and don't you dare cheat me again." I look over at my uncle, wet with sweat, fanning himself with yesterday's newspaper. He slowly nodded. I beamed a huge smile and said, "Sure, sir, whatever you want." So I took a bag, picked up some samosas, and started putting them on the balance. I kept counting samosas as I put them in until they were a little over 500 grams. Then I removed the last samosa, and the weight fell below 500. Now, keeping eye contact with Mr. Karen, I crushed the samosa and started putting its powdery remains in the bag until it was exactly 500 grams. But wait, there's more. Mr. Karen apparently didn't seem to mind powdered samosa, but instead asked smugly, "So how many samosas now?" 48, I claimed triumphantly. You see, sometime in the past, my uncle's old chef retired, and the new chef made samosas with a little bit more filling in them. They looked the same size on the outside and only weighed a couple grams more each. And since he made them in bulk and also sold to other shops in the area, the price wasn't too much of an issue. So my uncle let it slide. But those couple grams added up on mass orders. And that is what Mr. Karen found out the hard way. He looked sheepishly at the pre-packed samosas and then at his own package and asked if he could buy the former instead. "No, my nephew made a package specially for you at your own request. So that is what you have to buy," my uncle finally spoke. Mr. Karen silently took his pack, paid, and left. He was a lot more respectful during his subsequent visits. I was reminded of this story yesterday when my PS3 finally died. Now, I don't blame the guy for thinking, maybe they are trying to save a little bit of money. Maybe they do underfill it a little bit. But if you call him out on it, that's a gamble you're taking, and it clearly did not pay off here. It clearly was a pretty good humbling experience either way for Mr. Karen. This next story is by Gasping Jill Franks. I adhered to the sickness policy to the letter. In the early 2000s, I worked in the UK for a huge American insurance company. I managed a team of 10 to 12 administrators. The job was dull, the people were mainly great, and it was a steady place to work. Now, with this being a US company, the benefits package was poor compared to most UK rivals. Things like paid annual leave and paid sickness were the statutory minimum it was legal to give in the UK. I had this guy join my team who I shall call Dan. Dan was about 22 or 23, a bit of a plodder, definitely just there until he could find something better, and I couldn't blame him. One Monday, when he'd been there about 3 months, he didn't show up one Monday morning. I was initially unconcerned, but when he hadn't called or shown up 45 minutes later, I started looking for his home phone number to check if he was okay. Right then, my phone rang, and it was Dan. He told me on the Friday night he had gone out with his friends and got really drunk. When he got home, he decided to deep fry some fries, on the stove. He fell asleep, and when he woke up, the pan was on fire on the stove, black smoke billowing everywhere. Now, I think I would have just run, but as he was pretty drunk, he decided to open the kitchen window in his apartment and throw the fiery pan outside. He managed to get boiling hot fat all over his dominant hand. Fat spilled all over and caught fire, so he ran and called the fire service. On his way out, he grabbed his wallet, coat, and 3 CDs. Along with the clothes he had on, this was all that survived. He was really upset and told me he had no insurance for his possessions. He was going to be off sick for some weeks. The doctors thought he might need a skin graft on his hand. I told him to leave things with me. I would sort stuff out at work and would call him later. I called our local HR team, who said there was very little they could do due to his length of service. He only had 6 paid sick days left. He'd already taken a few. I was shocked. I asked if we could bend the rules. No. Is there a fund we could donate something to him from? No. Feeling this was really mean, I called HR in our head office and got the same answers. Very shortly afterwards, I got a call from our local HR manager, Claire, who was usually nice with me. We were on some of the same staff committees together, but today she wanted to know why I had tried to go over her head, yada yada yada. She said that the sickness policy was clear and I had to follow it to the letter. Did I understand? You bet I did. Cue malicious compliance. I filled in all the paperwork to send to Claire, some of it authorizing the deduction of Dan's pay as he would exceed his sickness benefit that month. I think Claire was surprised I had rolled over so easily. I wasn't known for that. About an hour later, I sent her an email asking her to proofread a poster I had created to go on one of our committee notice boards. It was all about Dan and what had happened to him, and suggested the different ways teams could raise some money to help him out, as he had nothing and unfortunately wasn't entitled to any sick pay. I immediately got a "please don't progress this any further just now" email from Claire, and half an hour later or so, she called to let me know they were granting 3 months paid sickness leave initially and a goodwill payment of 5,000 British pounds on behalf of the company to help him get back on his feet. Dan was amazed at the magic I'd worked, and Claire was pretty frosty with me for about 6 weeks. The fact of the matter is, there is nothing more convincing to make someone bend the rules than a good old case of public awareness. The moment that word gets around that the company is so callous and uncaring and unwilling to do anything for this dude who just lost everything, it all of a sudden immediately becomes possible to help that person out. For the company to have a change of heart and say, "Oh, of course, we want to be compassionate and help our workers." And our final story of the day is by Squirrely. You sure you want all that paperwork? At the time of malicious compliance, I was a project manager for a smaller industrial construction company on the Gulf Coast. We were adding on to an existing chemical plant in multiple phases. The first phase of the project went well. The client rep was easy to get along with and was very reasonable. He reported to their project manager, but we almost never dealt with her. We would have weekly status meetings to discuss cost projection and forecasts, schedule updates, change orders, and requests for information, all of which always went well. Towards the end of the first phase, the client was bought and merged with another company. This wasn't a problem at first. We finished the first phase under budget, ahead of schedule, and was awarded the second phase. The new owner decided the previous project manager wasn't adequate and wanted her replaced. Pretty common practice when things like this happen. They want people they know and trust. This change also changed the representative we had built a relationship with. While funding was getting worked out for the second phase, at the request of the client, my company kept me and 3 of my direct reports on: project manager, me, cost controller, construction manager, and admin. We assisted with scope development, contract T's and C's, constructability reviews, material ordering, and general planning. After 2 months, the client gives us the green light to proceed, so we get to work. I'm not what's referred to as a change order artist in my industry. Unless it's a change of scope or an extreme unforeseeable or weather delay, I try to steer away from requesting more money as much as possible. Sometimes there's no avoiding it, especially when the scope of work is lacking, but we had ample opportunity to vet and assist in defining the project scope. And I had estimated we would have roughly 25 change orders. Some jobs are not so lucky. We had accounted for 30 minutes every morning for safety talks and work permits to be given to the crew foremans, which is pretty standard for this client and facility. First day takes 3 hours to get permits. I think it's just growing pains, new people, it'll improve. Second day, 3 hours. Third day, 4 hours. Day 4 is our first weekly meeting, and I bring this up with some draft test COs, RFIs, and reports to see how the new project manager wants to see our weekly data moving forward. We discussed the permitting issue, and I explained that I'm pretty flexible and believe in a give-and-take relationship, but I need help with permits if we're going to meet the project deadline and budgetary constraints. The project manager decides he wants change orders submitted weekly, in arrears 1 week to have real-time numbers. This goes well for a couple weeks. Permit issuance time went down and I fell into my give-and-take attitude. I wouldn't include every delay or change, believing this was the high road and trying to build a relationship. Then something happened. The project manager got weird. His whole attitude and demeanor changed. The project manager states he now wants change orders submitted every day, per discipline, per instance. I try to explain that we have 4 disciplines and that would be an enormous amount of unnecessary paperwork, and that I'd rather have a conversation about these as some of them will not be worth the paper they're written on. But he insists every deviation, every change, I want everything on paper and submitted daily for approval. All supporting documentation needs to be included. His attitude change clicked with me now. He thinks we won't be able to keep up with the mountain of paperwork. He even made it a point to amend our contract with this, stating if we didn't follow this, we would lose billing rights for extra work. Cue malicious compliance. I sit down with my cost controller, construction manager, and 8 foremen to explain what the client wants. Any scope change, permit delay, operations delay, or scaffold delay was to be radioed in immediately to the cost controller to request a new cost code to track hours. We would track any materials or equipment rentals to these respective codes as well. We would develop an estimate on the scope changes, and on the delays, we would provide actual hours and submit these requests at the end of each day. Once the work for the scope changes were completed, the original change order estimate would be actualized. The individual change orders would then be submitted as independent invoices at the end of the month, in addition to our normal scope invoices. This was not a large project at all, valued at around $8 million for 4 months of work and 100 construction personnel. When the project was all said and done, we had submitted roughly 800 change orders valued at $1.6 million. The project manager and his team would have to review 150 to 200 invoices a month, some of which were only $54 for a 15-minute delay. The cherry on top, the client now took too long to vet the invoices and wouldn't pay timely per the contract. Every month, the client had to pay an additional 3% due to late payment fees. Petty? It sure was, but I gave him exactly what he wanted. I ended up making my company and me a lot of money on that project. To be truthful, I don't understand what the motivations would be to create this mountain of work that they wouldn't be able to keep up with. Like maybe they could penalize you due to the contract, but to me it almost sounds like micromanaging or something. Maybe the goal is you can't keep up with it all, so the costs will go down because a lot of the stuff they think is getting reported won't get reported because you just can't keep up with it. All it did was end up costing way more money because they were on top of it. Keep your mouth shut or lose your job? Okay. Back when I lived in the USA, I used to work at a vocational college that taught only one field of expertise. It was owned by two siblings who I'll call Jack and Jill. Jill was the main decision maker and would often demote people to put her unqualified friends in high positions. Everyone hated her, but she wasn't even the worst. Her brother Jack was a creep who would comment on women's bodies consistently and feel that the world owed him because he was part owner. It was not uncommon to hear of him getting physical or throwing slurs at an employee. The school had two campuses, the main one and the wing of a very large community center that they would rent out. Myself and one other girl were stationed at the community center. For the most part, we were shielded from Jack's outburst, though we both had interesting interactions with him at one point. He told me it was nice to finally have hired someone with big boobs as he looked me up and down. My position was in the records office. I got along great with my manager, and everything was up to date and organized. In comes Jill's friend Dory, who thinks she's God's gift to the earth, the most self-righteous individual I've ever met. My manager gets demoted, and Dory gets put into the position. Dory has no interest in doing the work, and would delegate every last thing to me, in addition to all of my duties. Eventually, I was taking care of 600 students on my own. One day, I went to the large campus and got a talking to from Dory about putting exam grades up on time, as students were getting frustrated. I mentioned that I'd been on vacation and was catching up, as she had done nothing, and she told me it was no excuse and I needed to manage my time better. She said all of this while doing her nails at her desk. I went to the director that day and complained, but was told that if I complained again, I'd lose my job, and that she was put there because she was obviously capable and would be making large and amazing changes to our organization. Alright then, I started managing my time better. I created macros to automate some of the work. I was already good at my job, but now I became super efficient, which left me with extra time to apply for jobs. As far as the job goes, it was easy and allowed me time to work on my university degree, as well as keep shielded from the drama in the main campus. I started job hunting, but was in no rush to leave as I didn't want to encounter this again. For now, I had found ways to stay out of everyone's way. I started planning my exit, and a couple months later, I gave in my notice. At this point, Dory starts freaking out and asks me to write up a manual on how to do this job. Of course, I complied. Haha. Now, the community league rented out their wing on the condition that we not use their parking lot. As staff, we were told to park in the emergency exit, but students had to park on the street. The day after I gave in my notice, a student parked in their parking lot and hit a car on the way out. She came crying, and we were able to get it sorted out, but word got to Jack. A few minutes later, I get a text from another employee warning me that he was furious and on his way over. I had 10 minutes to come up with a plan, and in that time frame, I planned the remainder of my exit strategy. You see, in my state, you only need one party's consent to record a conversation. In comes Jack yelling and banging on my office door, tells me to step out, and goes, "Do you know who I am?" I recorded everything, the yelling, the threats, the "your body won't get you out of this." He left in a fury after I only gave one-word answers, and said, "This is not over." Technically, he was right. After the students left, the director who had previously told me to keep my mouth shut came to see me and ask how I was doing. It was not uncommon for Jack to have these outbursts, and he was sent to clean up the mess. I told him that I wanted what had happened in writing, and he tried to talk me out of it, saying nothing would come from it, and Jack had been bullied as a kid and a bunch more excuses. I needed him on board with putting this in writing, otherwise I would lose out on 2 weeks of pay if they took my resignation early. I was living paycheck to paycheck at that point. I told him that I understood nothing would come of it and that Jill would protect him, but for my peace of mind, I would like to send an email. He told me then to go ahead, but did not expect anything. So I did. I sent him, all of his directors, managers, Jill, and HR an email detailing what happened. I did not tell them I recorded it. As expected, not a word from anyone. I was done with work at 4. On my last day at noon, I called the police and detailed what happened. They opened up a case and told me the number and that a detective would be in touch in the coming days. In the meantime, I contacted everyone else who was told to keep their mouth shut. The one they fired for being gay. The one who they caused so much stress to that her doctor had to write her a note to take leave. Soon enough, word got around. This case had so many people with stories against Jack that 2 hours later, I got a call from the detective telling me that the lines were swamped and he'd be looking at my case ASAP. I sent over my email and recording. At 3:58 p.m., I sent Dory the manual. It was 2 words on a Word document that read Records Management. In that time, I also deleted my macros and anything extra I had done because they weren't paying for my coding skills. I gave the key to the community league to a teacher and got in my car and left. My phone was bombed with texts from Dory for about an hour. The detective went to the college multiple times. In one of those, he mentioned what had happened to me. Jack, Jill, HR, and directors were all there and they all denied it. Cue my recording. They told them that they didn't know what happened and that I had a habit of keeping problems to myself and not looking for help. They mentioned what I did to Dory. Cue my email with all of them CC'd. I'm not sure where the case left off. As far as how bad the things that Jack did were, I came in pretty mild. Another girl took over being the main informant while I moved on to bigger, better things in the corporate world. If you were working a job like this, living paycheck to paycheck, but you knew the owner, the boss, the CEO, whatever, of this organization was being incredibly abusive to a lot of people, and not just being mean or loud, but firing people like OP said, for someone being gay, for example, would you be willing to lay your job on the line to out them? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by Always the Noob. I can only book travel and coach class? Okay. Shortly before COVID brought all manner of traveling to work to a screeching halt, I was finishing up a job and getting ready to book my travel home. Normally everyone would just fly, and in my case, that meant a nice short trip of about 2 hours in the air. However, this particular location and the route back home for me had an extremely scenic train route that took about 12 hours. And as a bonus, I could get a sleeper car for a pretty cheap price, less even than the flight. I asked my boss if there was any reason I had to fly instead of taking the train, as the latter would save them money, and he said it would be fine. I didn't waste his time or mine by mentioning any of the above details. I simply booked my ticket and immediately sent in the receipt for reimbursement. Not 20 minutes later, I get an email, paraphrasing, "What the freak is this? I thought you said you were going to book travel that would save us money. What do you think you're doing booking a sleeper car? You're not one of the big shots out here. Send me a new receipt for your coach class accommodations." Okay, as you wish. Cue malicious compliance. Since this happened so quickly, I was able to cancel my $150 train ticket without issue. And since there was no way I was taking a 12-hour train ride and coach instead of a 2-hour flight, I booked my air travel like I normally would and immediately sent in the $450 receipt for my coach class flight. I got yet another email asking me what the heck I was doing. Now, I'm good at booking travel, and I know how to find good prices. I knew that there wasn't a cheaper flight to be had, so I wrote back, "Sorry, this is the cheapest coach class flight I could find. If you can find a better one, please let me know before the 24-hour cancellation window closes, and I'll be happy to book that instead." Clearly frustrated, they told me to stop playing games, cancel the flight, and just buy the dang train ticket. I didn't. I took the flight home and got reimbursed per company policy for my coach class flight. You gotta adore that the only hang-up that these people were caring about is the quality of the travel. I understand it's $300 cheaper than that flight, but how dare you not take the cheapest option they have? You said you take the train, and I know all the tickets on the train are hundreds of dollars cheaper than airfare, but we're demanding you take the $50 sardine can tickets. Well, under that condition, no thanks, I'll take the $450 airplane. What did they expect to happen? This next story is by the Alpha team. You want to give me more money than I actually need? Okay. This happened almost 15 years ago, but a recent post reminded me. I was working for a computer company, and they would send us to training seminars every so often. To make it easy, they put a set price to the travel. Training cost and travel variable equals X, plus lodging and food fixed equals Y. We'd have to sign a contract that X plus Y equals Z amount of dollars. Then if we quit the job in the next 12 months, we'd have to pay the company back 1/12 of the remaining months on the training contract. That seems relatively fair. However, training was in my city. I didn't need such a large food and lodging budget as I could eat meals and sleep at home. They would not budge on the price because I didn't want to have to pay money back if I didn't use it. So I said screw it and ate at every fancy restaurant I ever wanted to eat at. I'd order 2 entrees if I couldn't decide between the 2 that I wanted. I used that budget. They were kind of miffed that I spent so much money on the city I lived in, but I reminded them of the conversation about the budget, and we didn't talk about it again. It really tells you the kind of person OP is, that they're trying to give you money for these expenses that you can use to your heart's content, and OP's like, well, honestly, I won't use it. I don't want to have to be on the hook for this money. But hey, they're basically shoving it in your face. You go out there and you enjoy those meals. I'm sure OP did. Imagine being able to eat at fancy restaurants day and night and bring home extra entrees. Sounds like a great time to me. This next story is by NoSweet4190. You should have counted before you left. My dad was a tire builder and union organizer in Detroit. At our local bank, there was always a sort of conscious condescension by the tellers for blue-collar workers. My dad was in weekly to deposit his check and take cash for the week. He finished one visit and turned away and walked a few steps, then turned back to tell her he got the wrong amount of cash. Before he could say a word, she snootily said, "You should have counted before you left my window. I can't do anything for you now." He smiled and nodded and walked out with his extra $50. That was a good week for us. As a reference, gas was 19 cents a gallon at this time. The next week, he went to a different teller and waved casually in response at the former teller's frantic motions to see her. Yeah, if I was OP's father and that happened to me, I would definitely go out of my way to avoid that teller. You're gonna act all stuck up and snooty like that, I'm not going to give you any chance to try and get your $50 back. Thanks for the bonus. And our final story of the day is by I Don't Care. Sure, you can try some coca powder. So this happened quite a while ago, pre-COVID, when I worked at a place that sold spices and seasonings. It's independently operated, so I doubt anyone's heard of it. We get a lot of strange people that come in since we're in a very busy tourist town. One day, this woman came in with her 2 nieces. The nieces were loud and obnoxious. They started getting in customers' ways and running around while carrying product. The aunt did nothing. One of the things we carry is coca powder, and the aunt asked for a custom size. As I got out the materials to package it at the counter, I went to the back room to get the coca, and come back to find the scoop and bottle I got out were gone. I looked around and just shrugged. Maybe I didn't get them out. So I go to grab new stuff, and when I come back, the niece is holding the stuff I got out and giggling. She gave it back to me, but obviously I couldn't use it because who knows what happened to them when I stepped away. I started chatting with the aunt while preparing her coca, and the girl starts whining about how she wants some coca because it smells so good. The aunt told her she wouldn't like it, but the girl insisted she would and kept asking me to try some and would not stop whining. Now, this is just pure coca, no sugar or any kind of sweetener. If you've ever had it, you know it's incredibly bitter. So, to shut her up and get a little revenge, I offered to give her a sample. With her aunt's permission, I gave her a little spoonful. She put it all in her mouth and immediately tried spitting it out. She definitely was not expecting the taste. Her aunt burst into laughter and told her she needs to eat it because she asked for it. That was a good day. Yeah, as amazing as cocoa powder may smell and probably even look, this ain't Nesquik powder we're talking about. If you put that stuff in your mouth, you're going to regret it. Which is a great sentence, by the way. I can't blame the kid. It smelled good, they wanted to try it. I think the only regret is after the fact, you realized you enabled this kid to spit coca, spit paste all over the floors and counter and whatnot. Probably kinda gross. It doesn't make it faster for us to be on the phone. I work on an IT help desk. It is what you think it is. One of the things we support is mobile phones. However, the company my company supports, and the one I'm on the desk for, has supplied us and the user with handy-dandy guides on how to do pretty much everything that's needed on mobile phones. It's really airtight, and I love directing people to the guide because it has video and steps on how to do things. They can find it on the internet in the IT section. However, since the average caller never reads the guides, we often get callers who think that we can magically do things over the phone to fix it. These are people who get up, get dressed, tie their shoelaces, and completely forget how to do anything but breathe when they get on the phone to us. You think that's hyperbole, but I've been asked which finger they need to use to tap the phone. One such user logged a ticket and demanded a call back from an expert. He was given the user guide link and oh boy, did not like that. He called and got through to me, and I explained that we have the exact same guide and that I'd only be reading it out to him over the phone as he read on his end. Naturally, he didn't listen to a word I said and demanded I help him because he doesn't have time for the guide, and he'd rather speak to a tech person to sort it out. Cue malicious compliance. I spend an hour and 20 minutes on the phone, slowly going through the guide word for word and making sure he'd followed every step. I even got it on his laptop screen that I can access. He asked several times if we were almost done, to which I reiterated, you can come back to this at your leisure using the guide on the intranet. Mobile phones are not managed in the same way as computers. We can't remote access it and fix things. He had meetings, lunch, all sorts of things lined up that got shifted out of whack on his calendar, and every message he received on his laptop that he answered, I made sure to go back a couple of steps just to confirm what we'd done so far. He wanted to speak to an expert, so I just made the guide speak through me. Sadly, having like the slightest touch of dealing with support tickets, personally, no matter what you can do, there's always going to be somebody that, for some reason, they have this imaginary cloak around their brain when it comes to technology where even though there's step by step exactly what you have to do to fix whatever or to achieve whatever, they're too afraid to do it, or they overthink it and they think it's impossible, I can't do it, you do it, or they refuse to understand. Have you ever known anybody that was so insistent on not being able to do anything with technology, even though a lot of the times what they're wanting to do is really easy? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by Juicy Fruit. I expect this parking situation to be solved immediately without additional emails or text messages. Okay, done. I'm a building manager and I took over 2 residential apartment blocks. Part of my duties include assigning parking spots. Due to incompetence and neglect of the previous management company, I inherited a parking lot which was a complete organizational disaster. Multiple tenants believing they had been assigned the same spot, tenants parking in spots but not paying, etc. And of course the parking map, which is supposed to be regularly updated, had not seen an update in almost 16 months. A situation arose where 2 tenants were fighting over the same parking spot. Instead of coming to management to resolve, they engaged in a nasty gram war, which consisted of them leaving mean notes on each other's car. Eventually this dispute spilled over, and I was contacted by one of them. The conversation was simple but plain. I expressed understanding about their frustration and asked specific questions to help figure out who was originally assigned that parking spot. I explained how previous management failed to maintain order in the parking map and that I would cheerfully resolve the issue. Instead of replying to my simple questions, when were you assigned the spot, when did you sign your lease, they sent me an all-caps email which, in part, read, I do not have to answer any questions and I expect this parking situation to be resolved immediately with no more emails or text messages. Well, if they had just answered my questions, I could have resolved the situation. I suspected they were the original tenant assigned the spot, and it was indeed theirs. But since they would not answer questions and insisted on resolution immediately, I did what I could. I assigned the other tenant that spot, and I replied, in order to resolve the issue without communication, you're now assigned spot number 64. If you continue to park in spot 35, you will be towed immediately as it is now assigned to a different tenant. I gave them the spot right next to the dumpsters. Now they can enjoy the stench of rotting garbage and a cloud of wasps every trip to the car, which is also 100 meters further away from the doors. 2 days later, they approached me in person and apologized for their behavior. I said, no worries, I don't hold grudges. They asked if I could reassign them their old spot. No. See, what I don't understand here is if somebody new moves in to take over the situation and they say, okay, so I need to know who first had this spot, or when did you register the spot? If you know you had it first or you know you had it earlier, I feel like there should be no reason for you not to want to prove that as soon as you can. This person was all high and mighty on entitlement saying, you gotta solve this on your own without any help. There's really no great shock as to why they lost their place. Should have just helped. Our next story is by an anonymous poster. Lodge a formal complaint to try and force me to comply? Will do, sir. With pleasure. I work in the legal sector, so a lot of this will be vague for reasons. Our clients are all vulnerable in some way, and we're responsible for managing their financial affairs. This includes all aspects from something as small as making sure they have money for food shopping to acting for them in litigation proceedings. One client of mine has historically always been very wealthy, and all their family know it and have enjoyed their wealth in one way or another during his lifetime. In our role, we're encouraged to work closely with the person's family members/close friends to ensure we get an idea of what the incapacitated person would have wanted, etc. It's like walking a tightrope with client confidentiality every day and can be quite difficult to navigate as most nosy family members don't like being told no. The client's now incapacitated, and we control their finances. We're also in the middle of their divorce proceedings, which I'm sure most people know means exchanging various financial and property info with the other side. We've corresponded with a distant family member a few times during our work for this client. I'll call them C. C is a pain in the butt and believes they're entitled to our urgent attention whenever he demands it. He's not the client, nor paying our costs, and also thinks that because he's mentioned in our client's will that he's entitled to any and all financial information about my client that he asks for. If he doesn't get it from me, he'll email my other colleagues. If not from them directly, then to my boss. We've tried to be as transparent as possible with C, as per our professional guidelines. Recently, as legal proceedings are wrapping up, he's become more and more confrontational. His most recent email to a junior team member was simply unacceptable, so he didn't respond. He's not entitled to a response, as he's not a client. Now, C was not going to take this lying down. As our role is obviously very important in terms of a vulnerable person, we're overseen by a government body, and people can complain to them if they think we're acting in a way which puts the vulnerable person at risk. C lodged a complaint that we weren't doing right by our client, as we were alienating the family. This leads to a lot of non-chargeable admin work for me, as we need to formally respond to the government body. It was obvious that C did this to force our hand, to tell him things he was not authorized to know, as he expected us to fear the backlash from this body, as his latest email threatened, but this is where the malicious compliance came in. I drafted a 2-page response with every communication we had with him to prove we had been as open as possible. This made it very obvious the sort of info C was eager to get without me accusing him of anything. The government body reviewed the response and conveniently noted that C was asking for confidential information. As a result, we were put on notice by the government body to keep contact with him to a minimum to protect client confidentiality, and formally warned him of misusing the safeguarding process and that the court would be made aware. The response to him went out at 4 p.m. on Friday, so he had to sit and seethe by himself all weekend. Now he won't get any information about our client, and we won't be penalized for ignoring the family of a vulnerable client. I definitely don't envy the people who work in jobs like this. There's really no great winning in these kinds of jobs because, as I'm sure most of you guys can imagine, when there's a relative that has money that's now somewhat available or is a little blurry as to who's going to get it or have access to it, a lot of family members kind of sell themselves out and their familial bonds to try to get their hands on it. They'll scrap with each other just to fight to try to get a taste of that money or possessions. This next story is by Peppermint Biscuit, Trick or Treat. I was talking to somebody recently about trick-or-treating and was reminded of this bit of childish compliance from long ago. Trick-or-treating where I live is generally easy in normal times. Ring the doorbell, say trick-or-treat, get candy and compliments on your costume, next house, repeat. Of course, there's always houses that like to switch things up. There was one house in my neighborhood that would get skipped by the younger kids because the guy there would always pull out all the stops to try and scare you. A few would say, okay, here's a trick, and show some lame magic trick before laughing and dispensing the expected candy. There were rumors of people who would ask you to sing a song before they would give you candy. I only ever came across one guy who did. As I was approaching the house, I saw there was a girl on the doorstep who was taking longer than usual. It turned out the guy was making her sing for her treat. She was doing it half-heartedly, just wanting to get on to the next house already, and he was insisting she try harder, sing louder, and keep going. Finally, he gave her a single candy and she left. "Trick or treat," I said dutifully. I already knew what I was going to do. He looked at me with a smug expression, bowl of treats held out of reach. "Sing me a song," he demanded. I belted it out. "This is the song that never ends." He couldn't put the candy in my bag fast enough. "Yes, it goes on and on, my friends." If you know the song and you know you're gonna be there for a while, I'd imagine the guy wanted to give the candy over. That said, who is gonna be standing there demanding these kids sing for a piece of candy? I don't know about you guys, but that just kinda seems weird to me. Just odd. This next story is by Dalmonte, Doing What We Were Told, a joint malicious compliance. So this is a story about a major management fail that we tried to warn them about, but they told us to just carry on. The company I worked for at the time got a major contract to provide life assurance products to the major bank in the country. So they set up a team that would deal with only the larger contracts, 1 million British pounds plus, and promised really quick turnaround times and high customer service standards. They set this team up before the contract was set up, so this team of go-getters sat around for 6 weeks with no work and no manager waiting for the applications to come in, which caused some major cliques and rivalries, so when the paperwork started coming in, we didn't work together at all well. Our manager was pretty useless and just fueled the fires, and her boss was just a useless lad who took ladies back to the offices after nights out. He was so useless and was a guy who just used other people's work to say how great he was. He also bullied our manager to try and get us to do more work with less customer service. I remember being specifically told I couldn't give customer service, but just get people off the phone to process more applications. So 6 months after the contract started, the company wanted to know if we had been following our contracted turnaround times, so we did an audit of all the cases to see if we had hit our contracted agreed turnaround time. And we hadn't hit any on any of the cases. We told her manager, who said, "Just forward the spreadsheets to her," who then forwarded to her boss, pointing out the issues, who didn't read the email because he was too busy being the big man, and forwarded to the bank. The proverbial hit the fan. We were reorganized and he was put on projects, which usually meant in that company being managed out. Somehow he redeemed himself and was put in charge of a call center, which missed every target again, and he was finally sacked. We got more support, and the agreement was changed so we had realistic service agreements, and the service was expanded to the whole of the company for higher net worth applications, and moved into the underwriting department. You gotta love that this guy was so bad at their job, or so bad at doing anything in their job, that a terrible report with all of the terrible statistics were laid in his hands. And he was like, alright, here you go, bank. I'm the big man. The analogy in my head is a box overfilled with heavy paperwork. It gets handed higher up, and finally the last guy is this manager. And he looks at it and goes, "Cool," hands it to the bank, and then the bottom of this box finally collapses and all the paperwork smashes against the ground. If only we could have seen this coming. And our final story of the day is by Professor Egghead. You like these pictures? Sure, here's some more. Background info. Every year, my dad goes to Germany for a few days on a motorcycle with a friend of his. He often sends pictures of the view from the hotel, a perfect schnitzel, etc. One day, he sent his colleague a picture of a cake he had in the morning. A colleague said jokingly, "Now that's what we want to see." And so my dad complied. He's been sending them a picture of a cake he has for every day of his little getaway for the past 3 years. As long as the colleague is a good sport about it, it seems like a nice little tradition was made out of it, honestly. Sounds honestly like a thing that in this trip has become a thing to look forward to for OP's dad. Dog park compliance. Dog park people. They come in all flavors, but some of them are a little spicy for me. So I tend to go in the early morning when nobody's there. A few days ago, I arrived to a seemingly empty park and let my 2 dogs into the gate. As I undid the leashes, I hear a woman screaming at me to close the gate. There at the far end of the park were 2 women with their dogs. As I was currently blocking the gate, I was a bit surprised, but she's probably just having a bad day. I comply wordlessly. I take a few steps and put a ball in my dog chucker. Again, startled by the screaming woman. No! I look up. Don't throw the ball in my direction. The park is a rectangle. Where am I supposed to throw it? And it's 7 in the freaking morning. And so far I've been screamed at twice for doing perfectly normal dog park things. And I sometimes will say things without thinking first, so I'm shocked when I hear myself screaming back cheerily, "Yes, boss!" Channeling my inner cooler hand Luke, I guess. She yells, "What?" I shout, "Yes, boss! Throwing that ball, boss!" I throw my ball down the length of the dog park, as far away from her as I can manage. "My dog doesn't like other dogs," she shouts. And I get that, but maybe she could communicate that and her gate-shutting concerns without screaming commands. Maybe talk to people like they're, people. "Yes, boss," I say, which pretty much sums up my feelings on the matter. She aggressively yanked her poor dog's leash, perhaps she was just not a fan of the legendary actor Paul Newman, and headed for the gate. "Keep them away from my dog." "Throwing that ball, boss," I offered as confirmation. She marched out of the park, taking a little long at the gate in my opinion. Today, when I pulled up, she was there again. I gave her a friendly wave and was waiting to see if we were going to get a repeat performance, but boss staged a very dramatic exit before I even got out of the car. Thank you, Cool Hand Luke. My ideal of social interaction, apparently. From my very limited knowledge of Cool Hand Luke, I probably butchered the entire aura of this story, and I'm sorry for that. That said, if you go to a dog park, should you be able to expect to let your dogs off the leash and throw a ball around, regardless of who's there, what dog's there, anything like that? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Our next story is by Iteration 5. Tickets, please. It's been more than 20 years. I think I can get away with talking about this. In the late 1990s, I worked for the internal help desk of a Fortune 500 company. Employees would call in and enter their employee number into the phone system, and when we answered the call, we had a system that automatically opened a problem ticket with their employee number, which would pre-fill the rest of the ticket, until it didn't. It started slowly at first, maybe 1 call out of 10 was coming up with the wrong employee's information, and this was annoying, because first we'd have to close the ticket that was open in error, then we'd have to open a new ticket. So my boss went to the team that was responsible for fixing it, and they said, "Sure, just have your agents open a ticket for our team every time there's a problem." And almost nobody did this, because filling out a ticket takes time. And there was a customer on the phone already waiting for us to close out 1 ticket. Within a few days, it was every call that was affected. And my boss goes back to the tools team, who are sitting there with their feet metaphorically propped on the desk, saying, "Well, we need a ticket for every call that's going off, or we can't do anything about it." My boss explodes. As it stands, the average call time for the desk is up by more than a minute, which is way worse than it sounds because we're talking about several thousand calls a day. It's just not reasonable or possible for them to expect, and that's where the tools team made their mistake. They pointed out that there was one agent whose call times were completely unaffected and who was, in fact, generating a ticket for every single call. That agent was me. That's when my boss shows up in my office and asks, "Okay, how the heck are you doing it?" I shrugged. Macros. Basically, the system we were using for tickets was on a mainframe, and we accessed it through an advanced kind of terminal program that had macro functionality. I'd created macros for our most common types of tickets, and when the problem first started, I created a macro that would close the ticket out and open a new one. When we were told to create a ticket for the tools team, I modified that macro to copy the ticket number before it closed out the ticket, then create a new ticket for the tools team and reference the old ticket number, send it, and open a new ticket. I was actually kind of astonished to learn that nobody else was doing this, because it was childishly simple. And because literally every single affected employee was a tech, all it took to deploy the macro to everyone on the desk was an email with an attached file and instructions on how to install it. A few days later, there's a backlog of over 10,000 tickets and climbing in the tools team's queue. The head of the tools team had gotten a call from his manager's manager because it's the largest backlog of tickets in the history of the company, and he goes to my boss and asks him to have us stop. My boss says, "No, you said you needed every single agent to open a ticket for every single affected call, or you couldn't trace the problem." They say, "Well, maybe if you had just 1 agent." My boss says, "We had that. You told us it was insufficient, that you couldn't do anything without that kind of information." Well, now you have it. We've had this problem for over a week now, and you haven't been able to fix it. I want to make sure you have all the tickets you need to solve this problem. The problem was fixed within 4 hours. 2 days later, the head of the tools team's in my office. It turns out that he had somewhere in the neighborhood of 20,000 tickets to close, and could I please show him how to use macros? Well, if they showed up and they were nice about it, I suppose you could help them out with some macros and teach them a few things. One thing I've learned is in any kind of technical or program-facing job, those who know the most shortcuts or those who know the most macros and tricks to speed up their processes are always going to be absolutely the best workers. I spent a little bit of time learning digital design, and one thing the teacher stressed is in a program like Photoshop, you can never know too many shortcuts because you can either one-tap a keyboard command to open the image resize window, or instead you can grab your mouse, move it up to the Windows section, find image size in that drop-down, and then click it. It pays off to learn how to be faster and more efficient for sure. Our next story is by Teddy Ziggs. Think you'll build an empire? This story concerns my former boss. Call him Boss, who was the best boss I've ever had. The guy always looked after us, dealt with a lot of BS, but his real skill was in dealing with very senior execs and corporate bureaucracy. He was/is a master of business judo. Anytime some exec would try and throw their weight around, he would use their momentum against them to get his way. This was my favorite example. At the time, I worked for a very large multinational company, and my boss was a director. One day, we were chatting when boss got a call from a colleague, call her other boss, who ran a similar team within the company but in a different organization. My team had developed a product, and other boss's team inherited it and were in charge of keeping it going. Other boss's team was good, and we liked working with them except for one guy, entitled dude who had been given control of the product. Awesome project. He had worked for a separate manager for years, but his manager had left to go to a competing company, so entitled dude ended up with other boss. He was trouble from moment one, as he clearly thought he should be running her team. She was an executive director, he was a senior manager with no direct reports, and he even told other boss that to her face. He was insecure, backstabbing, ambitious, and wanted a team to manage to do his work. He had got an awesome project because he had the most availability and his seniority entitled him to it. Other boss couldn't give it to anyone else or take it from him even though she wanted to. Other boss was complaining to boss that entitled dude had notified her formally that his current work situation was untenable. He said that running the project on his own was forcing him to work 7 days a week, 12 plus hours a day. He was barely spending time with his family, and he needed headcount to make this run. He claimed he needed 5 full-time employees reporting to him to make this happen. Now, other boss only had 4 direct reports at this time for reference, and boss had 5. It was also total BS that he needed the team. The product basically was self-contained, and he had to fire off only a single Python script. The problem was that at the company we were at, this sort of claim was taken very seriously, and many people used such claims of being overworked and creating a hostile environment to build their own personal empires. And clearly this was entitled dude's intent. Worse, other boss called to complain to boss because she felt like her hands were tied, even though entitled dude was obviously lying. She had to give him staff or she would be in trouble from the company. She hoped boss could give her some technique to maybe only give him 1 headcount. This is when boss's genius went on full display. He smiled and said, "You don't have to give him anything. He'll take it all back and be happy." After telling other boss what to say, we hung up and heard what happened later. Other boss called in entitled dude, who looked very smug like he knew he was about to get his way, having outsmarted everyone. Other boss says, "Entitled dude, thank you so much for coming in and for taking the time to tell me how awful your situation is." Entitled dude says, "Yes, thank you. I hope we can fix this because this cannot go on and I would hate to have to escalate this further." Other boss says, "Absolutely. It made me feel horrible to know you've been working this long and under so much strain. I only wish you would have brought this to me sooner so that we could have taken care of this before. We're going to take care of all of this today." Entitled dude with an apparently massive obnoxious smile says, "So you've approved my 5 direct reports? I believe that means I'll need a title change to director." Other boss says, "Oh no, we can't do that. No, I'm sorry for the confusion. What I meant is that, effective today, you are no longer running the awesome project. Instead, you'll take on a small project, which had no external visibility and was a task nobody wanted, which requires much less time, and I'll give awesome employee the awesome project. Now you can have a much healthier work-life balance and relax. And I'm counting on you letting me know if this project takes too much time also, as I can always give you garbage project instead, which is even easier. And worse, please let me know because you shouldn't have had to suffer like this. Apparently entitled dude was stunned. He clearly hadn't thought of this outcome. He tried to backtrack immediately, but other boss heard none of it. She relegated him to this minor project, and there was nothing he could do about it. Entitled dude left the company 2 months later. I love the fact that if they tried to backtrack, other boss could be like, no, I appreciate the love and desire you have for this project, but we can't have you working on this day and night, sacrificing your life to it. Meanwhile, entitled dude's probably there in the back of their mind like, please, no. Don't worry, entitled dude, take a load off. It's the least you can do with all that hard work you've been putting in, buddy. And our final story of the day is by Latimer555. As a new manager, my boss told me to start keeping a stricter leash on my subordinates. Okay. A few years ago, I was a maintenance manager for a rental company. We had about 700 units, apartments and houses, and only 5 full-time workers. It was only sustainable because we had one tradesman, Bob, who would work without any complaints. Clogged toilets, heat not working, fixing anything that he was in contact with. When I became manager, my boss wanted me to monitor Bob's actual work times, because all the boss saw was that Bob was 5 to 10 minutes late every day, and wouldn't accept that he was working 50 plus hours a week. We agreed on a punch-in clock to solve this problem. Now, I was in maintenance before with Bob. He was a mule, but worked more and harder. I knew if we monitored his hours, it would be far more than before. In the first week with the clock, Bob's check had some 40 hours. The boss felt vindicated and gloated that we would probably save around my yearly bonus now. Fast forward to the end of my position there, and Bob had went 30 weeks in a row with 50 plus hours, effectively turning the $75,000 job into a $125,000 job. Bob had built up 4 weeks sick days and 3 weeks vacation. He knew I was leaving. I like tools, not paperwork, and wanted to book off all this time before I left. I submitted the requests and HR approved them. On my last day there and the beginning of Bob's vacation, he announced he was submitting his resignation, and today was his last day. My boss made me take him to the office and convince him to stay. We ended up grabbing our coats and went out for a beer. I found out later that they had to hire 2 people to replace Bob, and the boss was not getting an extension on his contract. You know, I do a few things where I'm in kind of a management position, and the one thing I've learned, when you have a superstar worker that gets things done and gets you results and does great work, those are the last people you should pressure on getting things done or showing up constantly on time. If they're proven, throw them a bone every once in a while, and in turn, they'll keep cranking out the amazing work for you. You start getting into this overseeing helicopter micromanaging thing, and you just ruin it for everybody because you make that person want to leave. They're giving their all and you're over here like, no, that's not good enough. Boss helps abusive employee accidentally fire herself. This isn't my personal story, but it happened to a friend at his company, and I thought it was hilarious. The main characters are my friend Patrick, male, then 26, Allie, female, then around 29, and Boss, male, older. Patrick and Allie worked at the same company, in the same division under Boss. Allie was abusive to all the employees in the division, but especially to Patrick, because he was the newcomer and he was talented and didn't suck up to her. Her bullying tactics included, but were not limited to, taking credit for other people's ideas, convincing Patrick that the others in the division didn't like him, attempting to ruin the careers of anyone who didn't suck up to her by preventing them from getting assigned to cool new projects, and last and worst, trying to get Patrick fired, which she almost succeeded in doing. She was so horrible to Patrick that his mental health suffered a decline. Everyone was vaguely aware of her behavior, but she hid the worst parts of it, so it was never quite obvious or bad enough to get her fired. Plus, she's also popular with the company's clients who didn't know, and she was a favorite of one of the top people at the company. Ali seemed untouchable until several months after the Patrick almost gets fired incident, when the company started having a conversation about moving some of their employees to contract positions. Becoming a contractor would have its pros and cons. Contractors would pay for their own health insurance and would have no job security. Being hired for individual contracts rather than a permanent employment position, but they would also be allowed to work for other companies. It was a great move for someone who was well known and wanted more visibility and options, but a lousy move for someone lower on the totem pole. Ali, who was somewhat of a narcissist who believed she was destined for greatness, waltzed into the boss's office and told him she wanted to switch to a contractor position. She believed the company couldn't get by without her and would continue hiring her while she also got to work for other companies and gain fame and visibility within the industry. Boss was all smiles and pretended to be supportive of her. "This is a great career move. Think of all the options you'll have." As soon as the paperwork was signed, he never hired her for a single contract, and her future with the company, the best one in the city for this particular industry, was ruined. Ali eventually found employment elsewhere, but it wasn't as good as the position she'd left. Patrick found out the second part of the story years later. He was under the impression, because of what Ali had said and how people avoided him because they knew Ali didn't like him, that no one was on his side, and that his coworkers and boss had actually liked her. They hadn't. Turns out boss felt his hands were tied because she was a favorite of one of the top people at the company. But as soon as she gave him an out that allowed him to never have to work with her again, he took it. If you were a boss at a place and you had somebody that was working underneath you but was a fan favorite of the clients you work for, would you be secretly looking for any way you could to get this person out of there so you never have to work with them again? Or would you just try to make it work? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. This next story is by Sea of Mangroves, Impatient Coworker. I work for a t-shirt printing company and I'm the ink technician. One of the printers, we'll call D, is very egotistical and thinks too highly of himself. He's considered the fastest printer, but he has the highest flaw reports. We've had many issues regarding respect and integrity while we've worked together. So he comes to me today with a color needing to be fixed, but D is a constant hoverer. I've spoken to my managers many times about it. Nothing changes on his end. He's been told countless times to stay out of my station and not to hang out in there because he has no business being there. Anyway, back to today. He comes to me with a color and I take it and start adjusting. He's just standing there watching every move I make. I'm getting irritated at this point. No one likes to be watched so closely when they work, especially when there's better things he could be doing with his time instead of texting and posting to Instagram while he's waiting. For example, we use 1-gallon buckets for the ink. There was a pile of used buckets that he could have been washing while he waits. He never touches a single bucket and makes his team do it while he's texting. I snapped. I said verbatim, "You can leave now," followed by a shallow, "Okay." Then I'm fixing another color. Today was a tough day because I had 3 total colors to fix, which is a little high for me. So he's just sitting on his phone next to me watching me like a hawk. Cue the compliance. He's stammering under his breath about how he's going to have to stay late because of me. Well, I just started taking my time with a simple fix. I accidentally put too much of one pigment and I have to scrap it. Start over. I did it 4 times. Took over an hour. He's getting agitated. I noticed this. He's hovering while I'm collaborating with a senior ink tech. I just say, "Man, I'll take my time to make it right." Also saying the color needs to be double hit. He tries to be sneaky and whisper under his breath, "I'll double hit my head on the ground first." Little does he know, that color was right to begin with, and he refused to go through every option before bringing it back to pre-press. All he needed to do was run the squeegee twice over to get the correct saturation. He's going to waste my time, then I will waste his. This is definitely the flaw with companies who incentivize just being the fastest at anything. I know it's a little bit more of a complicated metric to track, but it should just be the most successful person, not the fastest one, who gets all these merits, because anybody can be really fast at anything. If you're willing to overlook how many errors are made along the way, I can probably read all these stories double time if you don't mind all the missed words I say, and maybe also the fact that it would be annoying, but that's not what we're worried about. Our next story is by Wasted Wonderland. We absolutely have to say goodnight every night. Get ready for some jump scares from the goodnight monster. In my family, saying goodnight every night is a big deal. How dare you pass out from exhaustion in your own bed? How dare you go to sleep in such a selfish, ruthless, and unceremonious way? This is some passive-aggressive barbarism. If you don't say goodnight to everyone in the entire household, the pets, the ladybugs, and the plants, how will your family know you still love them? They'll toss and turn all night long, wondering what your problem is. Conflicting schedules is not an excuse. It's a safer bet to wake up a light sleeper to wish them a good night. If I go to bed without saying it, my dad'll guilt trip me the next day and act upset, as if he has to walk on eggshells and trying to read my mind. Acting dramatic as all heck before I've even had my coffee. Well, you just simply went to bed last night. Didn't even say goodnight. I must have said or done something terrible to offend you. I can never know what's gotten into you. So sensitive. Sulking and pouting again for absolutely no reason at all, leaving me wondering. Like I don't have enough to worry about. I most likely saw him sleeping in front of the TV, hugging the remote, and I decided to let him rest. Sometimes he dozes off pretty early, but he insists he's fully awake and watching the news or F1. If I don't wake him up and send him off to bed, I might find him like that in the morning. For the malicious compliance, I might quickly pop my head in the living room and say goodnight. He jumps off, tosses the remote like it's on fire, cats and dogs flying in the air, and he yells, what the, huh? Oh, sorry to wake you up. No, I wasn't sleeping, I'm watching F1. Oh really, who's in the lead? Go to sleep immediately, good night. Snuggles in the blanket. Good night. Later that same evening, as I turn off the lights in the bathroom while he's in there, good night. Oh, stop following me everywhere, this is an ambush. Am I following you? Or is it an ambush? They say, go to bed this instant. I say, but I need to use the restroom. They say, oh, okay, good night. Good night. A few hours later, somehow we both meet in the kitchen for a 3 a.m. snack. He's stumbling around like a drunken pirate, and I tiptoe quietly like a cat in the dark. I see him rummaging like a demented squirrel as I approach from behind, and I whisper, good night. High jump and a bag of croissants au chocolat hit the floor. You nearly gave me a heart attack. How dare you, I'm an old man. What is this good night? It's already tomorrow. What are you even doing here at this hour? Why aren't you asleep? Oh, sorry. Good morning. I'm here for breakfast, the most important meal of the day. He says, and you're mocking me on top of it all. Go back to sleep. I say, put that down. You have diabetes. He says, well, I have to take my bedtime pills with something. Okay, good night. Good night. When we watched the latest Magnificent 7, we almost pissed ourselves laughing at Good Night, Robo-Show. And that's what we call each other sometimes, when someone's quicker on the draw. When leaving in the morning, he's often yelling, good night, instead of goodbye. Some neighbors have heard him and asked why he would say that in the morning. Long story. They must think I'm a vampire. See, in these situations where OP didn't say goodnight, why can't OP turn it around? Why can't OP say, well, I went and laid down and you didn't even say goodnight to me? For somebody that thinks it is so necessary to say goodnight before going to sleep, why is it only when other people don't come to you to say goodnight that it's a problem? When they fall asleep there with a potato chip bag in hand and they don't say goodnight to anybody else, does everybody else have the right to be offended? Some food for thought. Our next story is by Dmitry Nilovich. Hurry up and keep changing your tire? Okay. This was many years ago, but it sticks in my mind to this day. I had been sent to a lakeside neighborhood in my popular northwest city, a neighborhood full of hip restaurants and cutesy boutiques, to change a tire on a new BMW. This was back when all cars had a spare tire, which should tell you how long ago this was. I had my own tools, but for the new BMWs, it was always recommended to use the tools that came with the car, since they were less likely to cause damage. I had no problem with that, since the jack that came with the car was quite easy to use. It had a crank instead of a jack handle. The only issue was that there needed to be enough clearance between the jack and any nearby immovable objects, such as, say, a curb. This particular vehicle was parked very close to the curb. My normal standard operating procedure is to ask the customer to slowly move the car away from the curb to avoid damage to the rim of the flat tire. No one has an issue with this normally. The chucklehead owner of the vehicle refused to move it, claiming that it was going to ruin the tire. I told him that if he moved it slowly, it wouldn't damage anything. He wasn't buying it. I pointed out that the tire was already flat and likely needed to be replaced anyway, so no problem. He screeched at me, telling me to get on with it and change the tire because he had places to be. They sigh, so I got to it, wanting to be clear of this chump as quickly as possible. The car's jack had a very low gear ratio, requiring several turns to lift the car even an inch. But the force required to turn the crank was not excessive, enabling the user to quickly turn the crank until the car was raised sufficiently. The issue with the car being too close to the curb is that while the jack's crank has a hinge to fold it compactly when stored, the crank must be unfolded completely to provide adequate leverage to turn and lift the car. But with it so close to the curb, the bottom of the arc of the crank's movement caused the handle to just barely clear the curb. Only problem was that I was holding the crank as it came around to the curb. Not enough room between the crank handle and the curb for my fat fingers. Yes, as a matter of fact, I did skin 2 knuckles down to the bone, with the scar still present to this day. And yes, I did use some colorful, unprofessional language. Captain Chucklehead heard this and smugly announced that he was going to report my horrifying language and get me fired. He then reiterated his desire for me to get the lead out and finish changing the tire. Oh really? See, my first aid kit was back in the truck, several dozen yards away. Well, since I didn't want to delay this person's day any longer than absolutely necessary, I just continued to change the tire, splattering crimson jewels of blood on the rim of the flat, on the spare, on the jack, on the lug wrench, on the fender. I made sure not to waste a single cell on the ground. I even managed to get a nice fat drippy drop on the window. His face went pale as he saw the biohazard scene unfolding all over his precious car. I even made him sign the form with a blood-smeared pen, though I gave him the opportunity to get his own. After he nearly caused an accident leaving the parking space, probably on his way to the car wash, I was then able to tend to my poor, abused knuckles and get ready for whatever else the day would bring. Never heard a single squawk from my boss or from corporate. Screw that guy. Well, as painful and as graphic as this experience is, it must have been surely a good learning tool for OP because in that moment, I'm probably sure they realized the customer isn't always right. If you need it away from the curb to safely do your job, I think that's a hill you gotta die on. When it comes to lifting and working with things that weigh thousands of pounds of metal, you don't really want to mess around too much. Force me to spam someone with free trials at the register so a customer can buy a Fire Stick? Fine, I'll use corporate addresses. I work at Best Buy. We've been selling a lot of Fire Sticks recently. I sell 10 plus a day because of the local cable being discontinued, and the cable company is forcing streaming its cable on Fire Stick or Apple TV. The internet doesn't count against your quota. I live in Alaska, so that stuff is a thing. But you have to have internet for cable. Anyway, when you try and sell Apple products, headphones, Samsung, other stuff, streaming services, etc., you are inundated with prompts to enter the customer's email addresses so they can be spammed with free trials. Nobody wants them, so we just close the prompt and keep ringing up items. Well, I found out yesterday that Best Buy's changed their system to not allow you to ring up a Fire Stick without putting in an email address to get spammed with Apple TV free trial emails. If you click out of the prompt, their system will remove the Fire Stick from the order and not let the customer purchase it. Nobody wants the free trials, but I have to put in an email. So it's time to send these emails to corporate so that they can get spammed. I've been looking up the corporate emails to send these spam free trial emails that customers don't want, and I type them into the register and tell the customer I'm made to input an email, so I picked a Best Buy corporate email so they can see what it's like to get these emails they try and force on you. Is it good? Yeah. Is it petty? Yeah. Is it effective? only if somebody gets really annoyed, because they can just set up a decent spam filter for that kind of stuff. The fact of the matter is, they're going to try and force it because they get some kind of commission off of it, I'm sure. Let me ask you guys, if you were purchasing some kind of equipment, whether it's electronics or a Fire Stick, for example, and the guy at the register says, normally I have to put an email in for all these spam free trial things, but I'm just gonna pop in my boss's email and he'll deal with it. Would that make your buying experience even better? Make you maybe want to go back to this place? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Our next story is by writer ZA. Don't hotfix my code. A company loses commission on thousands of sales. So this is a story shared to me with permission to share by a work colleague that I've recently reacquainted with. I'll be writing as if it was me in the situation, as that's how he told it, and I think it'll read better too. I worked as a developer for a company that built and managed the software behind a rapidly growing online e-commerce store that sells tech gadgets and accessories, which I'll refer to as Mega Store for the story, in a Central African country. The Mega Store started off small, and my boss built the original website on risk for a cut of the commission that Mega Store earned. Side note, as it's important later, the commission that Mega Store gained from the sale of an item on the site would be split on purchase. The majority of the commission would be paid directly into Megastore's bank account, and a smaller portion would be paid into my boss's bank account. As the popularity of Megastore grew, so did the demands on my boss, and he was able to build a company around servicing Megastore. While he did try to grow his client base, none were the same size or scope as Megastore, and thus were not able to carry the company. Megastore was approached for a buyout by a company, we can call them Bad Company Incorporated, with their own internal development team. Part of the buyout deal included ending the revenue sharing arrangement with my boss, an external development company. At the beginning of the process, everything was positive, as my boss arranged a big payday, and the deal was signed. He had managed to get this great deal because he had positioned that this buyout would kill his company, and thus he and all his staff needed to be compensated. The buyout took several months, and by the end, the relationship between Bad Company Inc. and my boss had completely broken down. My boss had managed to secure another large client and thus didn't need to close his company. Because of this, Bad Company Incorporated said that they didn't need to pay my boss a payout. A lot of these meetings were above my pay grade, so we're in the final days of handing over the entire site to Bad Company Inc. and their internal CTO, Richard Dev, who had complete hatred for the code that ran Megastore, as it was a tortured version of an open-source platform. He considered himself a purist, and if the code wasn't custom-built for the purpose, it wasn't worth anything. So back to my boss. He had managed to keep some version of the original deal in place, but in the preceding weeks, he had made a big threat to Bad Company Inc. that he would do something funny with the code that handled the commission split. It was very much a threat and blowing off steam, as he couldn't legally do it, nor was it actually in his nature to do it. All talk, no bite. However, this outburst did create a situation where Richard Dev did not trust us to remove our code that handled the commission in our favor. So on the final build that we were required to hand over, we were meant to remove all code that handled the commission, and Richard Dev would implement new code to handle the commission and then deploy it to the live website instead of us. The official documentation was reworded from the supply and deploy handover version to just the supply handover version. Great, less work for us. D-Day. So D-Day arrived. We had actually completed the build a few days earlier with commission sharing code completely removed, and we're just sitting on this version, so we could hand it over on the day as contractually required to do so. So we handed it over in the morning, and we're all planning to head out for a long lunch. Just before we left, we checked Megastore for the last time and noticed that Richard Dev had already deployed the handed over version. Puzzled, as we assumed that any development on the commission code would require extensive testing. We logged into the news site and saw that no code for handling the commission in any fashion was there. Nowhere, there was nothing. We logged into the payment gateway and there were no logs there either. This meant no commission was being deducted at all. So Megastore was losing 100% of their revenue. We immediately reached out to Richard Dev via multiple calls, which he rejected until he eventually answered. and yelled that he was busy and that we should stop calling him, followed by him hanging up the phone. So my boss, concerned that this somehow would be thrown back into his face as the funny thing he threatened to do, instructed us to do a hotfix and deploy it to the server without the Richard dev's approval, which we did. It was a messy fix using old code. We put all the money into Megastore's account and only 1 cent into my boss's account, as something had to be deducted for the code to work. 10 minutes after deploying the hotfix, Richard Dev called accusing my boss of stealing. Many heated words were shared, followed by my boss putting Richard Dev on speaker and instructing all of us to quickly record the conversation on our phones. Richard Dev informed us that he'd already implemented the code as he had noticed the completed build 2 days earlier. We tried to tell him that something was wrong, and he just replied that we were too simple-minded to understand custom code, as we were just simple web admins, nothing more, and that we had 30 minutes to remove the hotfix code. My boss got him to repeat the instructions one more time and state that we had supplied a build that satisfied the conditions of the agreement, and then hung up on him. As soon as he had uttered those words, it took 5 minutes to revert the code. We then were instructed to all go to the lunch venue and leave our phones in our cars. Aftermath: because D-Day was an end-of-the-month kind of deal, it happened to land on a Friday, so the loss of income was only reflected in the bank on the Monday or Tuesday of the following week. This meant the problem was only picked up after running commission-free for 3 to 4 days. My boss is aware of the amount of money lost, but we are not, however. We assumed it to cost the company the commission on between 1,000 to 4,000 individual sales. The CTO did supposedly try to spin a story that our boss had tried to do something funny, and all my boss did was provide the recordings of their conversation, which shut that stuff down. My boss got his payout, all the staff got a great bonus, and we noticed that Richard Dev's LinkedIn status changed a few weeks later to seeking broader challenges. I hope Megastore realizes how awesome this boss was for attempting to put in an emergency fix unprompted without approval to try and save the company thousands of dollars, maybe millions of dollars, depending on the amount of sales, which, like OP wrote, was 1,000 to 4,000 individual sales. I think in most situations, Richard Dev would probably get the boot. Our next story is by Hubie Edgar. You want me to ask every customer if they're a member and sign up those who aren't? No worries. I work in a relatively large bottle shop, liquor store for those in the US, and we have the worst and most pedantic middle management I've ever worked for. They sent an email to all stores in the state demanding to know why customers weren't being signed up to our loyalty program. You could tell these middle managers had never actually worked in a store, as they had expected us to ask every single customer if they were a member, and if they weren't a member, to sign them up to the loyalty program. Also, if a member doesn't have their card, we were expected to look them up manually. This can take a long time, as sometimes customers give you an old address, and the system only allows you to look up customers with a current surname and postcode. I ignored the email and continued to serve people as normal. I would always remind our regulars to get out their cards so they wouldn't miss out on getting their loyalty points, and would occasionally sign up people when the shop was quiet. Cue follow-up emails and a talking to from the store manager: you have to sign up at least 5 people a day. Fast forward to Christmas Eve, our store's understaffed, and the area manager's coming around to each store in the area for an hour or so, just to see how the stores were doing on such a busy night. I decided now was the perfect time to ask each and every customer, are you a member of our loyalty program? If yes, but they don't have a card, no worries, let me look you up, it won't take a second. If they weren't a member, would you like me to sign you up for the program? For context, signing people up manually takes approximately 3 to 5 minutes. It'll take them the same time to sign up themselves on the App Store at home, but I would never tell them that. So we have a queue which is snaking through the length of the store. People are getting impatient, but because they think I'm just being helpful, no one gets mad at me. The area manager, who's been doing next to nothing, just walking around checking we have the correct tickets up, suddenly comes up to me. He's super flustered and says, "Why are the transactions taking so long? The line's getting ridiculous." I tell him calmly, whilst slightly playing dumb, that I'm just following management's directive to make sure we're asking every customer for their loyalty card and signing up those who aren't members. He tells me that there's no time for that, just serve them quickly. So I said, but we've just been told to sign up 5 people a day by you. At this point, he's red in the face and just blurts out, just serve and forget about the loyalty program. So I don't ask a single customer for their card or sign up any new members on that shift. And I haven't since. Plus, management has never mentioned it again. I'm not gonna lie, if I'm in line at a store and I have like 3 or 4 people in front of me, and every time the cashier goes, "Do you have a loyalty card? Do you want to sign up?" I'd get pretty darn annoyed. I'd be like, come on, let's just move along already. And I bet in a liquor store, there's a lot of people that just want to get out of there. And our final story of the day is by an anonymous writer. Sure thing, boss. I'm more than happy to ruin all our stock. My first job as pimply teen in the early 2000s was at a large cinema complex in Australia. We had over 30 screens. It was the middle of summer, and the mercury was well over 40 degrees Celsius, 113 Fahrenheit. We expected thousands of guests coming to our air-conditioned oasis, along with the normal school holiday crowd. The cinemas ran on a separate cooling system, while the lobbies and halls ran off the shopping center system. For the past week, the shopping center had been struggling to maintain a reasonable temperature, resulting in some of the chocolates and gummy-based lollies melting if left on display. Normally, before opening the doors, we would stock the display with as much product as possible. This was a massive wall with thousands of hooks to hang bags of goodies on. Even on our craziest days, like the opening of The Lord of Rings: The Return of the King, we would only make a small dent in the stock on the wall. We had a chat with the snack bar floor manager and told her we didn't think it would be a good idea to de-stock the wall, leaving enough product on display for people to make a choice. If needed, we would have the runners shoot out the back and grab fresh bags from the colder storeroom. Well, that's what we started to do. That's when the general manager arrived on the scene. He started to carry on like a pork chop and was yelling at the floor manager that the wall needed to be completely filled before the customers were let in. The floor manager and us plebs tried to explain why that was a bad idea, but he interrupted us and told us to stock the bloody wall with everything you can. It's going to be a madhouse of a day. So we stocked that wall. We stocked it good. We loaded it with as many bags of chocolate and lollies as we could fit. The storeroom was almost empty when we finished. The wall had never been so chocked before. The general manager walked past and said, "See, that wasn't that hard." We opened the doors and the shift went on like normal. By my early lunch break, the temperature was already uncomfortable. At 2 p.m., the shopping center aircon was doing nothing. I swear to this day, it was blowing hot air. At 3 p.m., we started to get complaints from customers that some of the chocolate was melted. At 3:30 p.m., there wasn't a bag of chocolate, gummy snakes, jelly beans, or red frogs that we could sell. At 4 p.m., the shopping center had to be closed to the public. At 4:05 p.m., the general manager came out to help with angry customers that weren't lucky enough to be in one of the cinemas already. Once the lobby was cleared, the snack bar floor manager had to start removing any bag off the wall that had melted. We were doing this for about 5 minutes before the general manager came over. He was red in the face and looked like he was really badly constipated. He asked, "What the heck do you think you're doing?" The floor manager, very casually holding up a bag of fantails, and said, "We're throwing out the damaged stock." The general manager grabbed the bag out of her hand and his face dropped. He walked off to the office with his tail between his legs. We lost a lot of money that day. We did gain a new general manager about a month later. This event probably didn't help his case, but it was the shagging an employee in the toilets that got him in the end. No, this guy sounded like a lovely fellow that understood how to do their job perfectly. I don't know if they felt pressure from higher up in the company to never let that wall get understocked or something, but I would feel like most people would have the common sense to know most of that stock that's hanging up, if it stays there for a long time, it ain't gonna make it. But just like the stock on the wall, that general manager didn't make it very long there either. Can't take insulin at my desk? Go to my friend's office? Great. I was working at a joy-sucking office for a gastroenterology office at the front desk. There was a woman who worked in a different department but deemed herself as corporate patrolman, constantly walking up and down the halls and yelling about anything she felt unfit for the soulless void. Not being a conservative Christian, she found me to be the target of her rage. One morning, before patients were in the office, I checked my glucose, type 1 diabetic, and injected insulin into my leg over my scrubs but under my desk. Didn't think a thing about it because it's a constant in my life. Later that day, the supervisor informs me I was inappropriate and now need to inject in the bathroom or in the closet behind my desk that was made into an office for a close work friend. Unfortunately, I sobbed and didn't comprehend why I was being written up for taking necessary action with a life-saving drug, and no one but her spying butt saw in a healthcare facility. They informed me I couldn't sue because they gave me adequate alternatives. After I composed myself, I went to check my glucose in the closet office every hour, talking crap with my friend and having to check multiple times to be sure, taking a shot every hour. Basically spent an hour with him per 8-hour shift. I quit, but I should have contacted a lawyer. Let me ask you guys, in situations like this where somebody needs insulin, do you think it's inappropriate behavior at a workplace for an employee to inject themselves with insulin in a somewhat visible manner? Or do you think that this should be an acceptable action? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Our next story is by Indaru. I guess I have free internet now. So I started a new job at the end of June. Better pay, better conditions, and lots of perks that I'm still learning about and trying to use. About a month after starting, I got called by my internet provider saying that my plan finished, and so the price is increasing. I was a bit annoyed, seeing as I was under the impression that my current plan increased already and was final. I could be wrong, but throughout the conversation, I was trying to protest against the price increase. At one point, I said something like, "Why are you raising the price? The prices for internet have gone down, and I've got the lowest bandwidth, 40 megabytes per second. I can get 10 times the bandwidth from another company for the new price you're giving me. I'll change providers if you increase the price." My complaints and protests fall on deaf ears. "This is the policy and there's nothing I can do." They also said, "These charges are final. Please don't call us about the charges again." I was planning on switching providers and started looking into prices, but I was very busy at my new job and kept putting it off. At one point, I learned that one of our perks, since we mostly worked from home, was to get a refund for our internet bills. Great, at least it won't be coming out of my pocket, I thought. It was retroactive from my start date, so I looked in my email for the receipts, and the last one was for July, billed in August, but at this point it was already mid-September and I wasn't charged for August. That's weird, I thought to myself, and decided to keep an eye on it. It's now November, and I still haven't been charged since August. I was worried that I might get disconnected, but at some point, I mentioned this to a friend, who said the same thing happened to him with the same provider. And he had free internet for a year and a half until he moved and called, so his new apartment would be connected. They said they couldn't find him in the system, and he joined as a new member. I was going to call them and tell them about this and ask to join a new plan, maybe cheaper, but then I remembered how they said that the charges were final, and I shouldn't call them about the charges anymore. Fine by me. So I was only charged once at the higher price, and I got that refunded. I guess I have free internet now. It's probably not the right thing to keep going forward with this, but it is malicious compliance. I wonder if they find out like down the road, months later, you haven't been paying. Do they have means to go back and try to collect that from you? Will they tally it back up all of a sudden and then send it to collections or something and have them beating down your door for the rest of your days? Kinda curious about that. This next story is by Allstar64. Oh, we don't make mistakes. It's 1974, and my recently graduated mother is visiting France on vacation. She's at the bank exchanging money, and upon exiting the bank and counting the money, she realizes they've given her $80 too much. She likely received it in francs, but however much she received, it was equivalent to $80 US in 1974. When adjusted for modern day, that's equivalent to around $445. My mom ran off cackling into the night with her newfound fortune, realized that an error had been made, and being the well-behaved person she was, turned around, went back into the bank, got back online for the teller, and tried to explain to the teller that a mistake had been made and give the money back. The teller's response? "Oh no, we don't make mistakes." A bit stunned, my mom ran off cackling into the night with her newfound fortune, walked out of the bank and stood around for a few minutes wondering what she should do. No, she decides, the teller had clearly misunderstood her and it wasn't right for her to keep the money. A second time, she turns around and goes back into the bank. This time, instead of the tellers, she goes to one of the people behind the desks. She couldn't remember if it was a manager, but we're going to pretend it was. Once again, she tries to explain to the manager that a mistake was made. The manager's response? "Oh, no, we don't make mistakes." Stunned yet again, my mom ran off cackling into the night with her newfound fortune, decided that she had done enough to try and right this mistake, and accepted her newfound fortune. However, most definitely did not run off cackling into the night, since she was now significantly more worried about getting mugged and/or arrested and didn't want to draw attention to herself. Spoilers, her trip ended just fine and nothing bad happened because of this. Now, it's easy to look at this situation and laugh at how stubborn the bank was, but my family's always wondered whether or not the employees at the bank actually did understand what my mom was trying to tell them. But to them, it wasn't worth the money to admit they had made a mistake. All I know is OP's mom is like 3 times better the person than I am. If it were me, I'd probably walk away, go back to my apartment or hotel or whatever, stash it in a drawer somewhere secret, wait a number of days to see if they notice or call or something. And if not, then I guess I'm buying something nice. I don't know if that makes me a bad person, but hey, I feel like most of us out there would keep the money. This next story is by Restless Dragon. Did you really let my mother? So my ex and I separated when our son was a year old. He was diagnosed with severe autism at 2.5, which was devastating enough, but then to deal with it on your own while active duty military, such a fun time. When my son was 5.5, I got an email from my ex-mother-in-law. Now, as a backstory, I hadn't seen her since before my ex and I split up, as he was the poster child for deadbeat dads. She hadn't seen my son since he was 4 months old. One of the few things my ex and I agreed on was his mother was a nightmare, so she was never given my phone number. She informed me that she would be arriving at my home in 2 weeks' time to pick up my son to take him for the summer. Side note, her own son didn't have visitation because he said he didn't want it. But this woman thinks she can just show up and take my child for 2.5 months? Yeah, sure thing, Jan. I responded, but honestly don't remember exactly what I said. I do know that I kept it non-committal. I didn't agree or disagree, I just acknowledged that she emailed. Then I sat back and waited. 2 weeks later, my email absolutely blows up. Where the heck was I? Where was her grandson? She has the right to see him, etc., etc., etc. You know the drill. I read them that evening while enjoying a very nice bourbon, while laughing my butt off at the fact that she went to an address, heck, state, that I hadn't lived in for almost 3 years, to attempt to pick up a child that she would not have recognized if he jumped up and bit her. The next day, I get a phone call from my ex. First call in over a year. Did you really let my mother drive from Texas to Virginia to pick up Bobby, not his real name, for the summer? I laughed and said, well, I didn't let her do anything. She may have chosen to take a trip. He burst out laughing and replied, I guess I never told her that you were transferred to Hawaii. At first I was like, why is OP being so non-committal? Wouldn't you want to just shut them down right away? But after the fact, finding out that OP is literally off the continental United States to a place where that mother-in-law literally cannot drive, it all of a sudden made a lot more sense. I think what I don't understand is why is she so interested in being in this kid's life all of a sudden so much later? Maybe she's just bored, maybe she wants grandkids, I don't know. It just seems weird to me for people to have such a lack of awareness knowing the situation's going on. They're not together, your own kid doesn't care about their kid. They probably never treated that grandmother well in the first place because, like they said, they didn't like them. Just a weird situation in general. And our final story of the day is by Rabid Rathian. I expect my rules to be followed. Wait, not like that. A few months ago, I posted about an episode of Malicious Compliance I did at my retail job. The following Malicious Compliance happened at the same store, but with a different, although just as nasty and power-tripping, department manager. I worked in the clothes section, and it wasn't uncommon for staff and customers to ask fitting room staff to put clothes on hold for them by putting it in the back of the fitting room cupboard. All holds had to be picked up within 2 days or they'd be put back on the shelf. But everyone felt this was quite reasonable. A couple of months before Christmas, the department manager, for some reason, suddenly decided that staff were not allowed to put clothes on hold at all. Even if it was just for a few hours until you finished your shift and could go to the registers? Nope. If the manager saw clothes put aside for a staff member, she'd take it and screech, "I expect my rules to be followed," and "No clothes are to be left in this cupboard," and go and put the clothing back on the shelf. She even printed out a note that said, "Staff are not," 3 exclamation marks, to put items on hold. No exceptions. Exceptions spelled with ACC, yes, that's how she spelled it, and stuck it inside the cupboard door where holds would have been kept. No justification was ever given for this rule. It wasn't like the staff holds were taking up space, as there would be generally no more than an item or 2 on hold for staff at any given time, if that. Also, when she pulled the staff member's hold items out of the cupboard, she would always rip it out as if she was trying to start a lawnmower, knocking several other items of clothing onto the floor, and she'd always just flounce out without tidying up any of the mess she'd caused. Fast forward to maybe 2 weeks before Christmas, I was working in the fitting rooms on the evening shift, and manager walked in while I was on the phone to a customer, maybe 10 minutes before closing time. As I watched, manager put 2 pairs of women's pajamas into the cupboard. However, instead of just putting them into the cupboard where there was a gap, she pulled the few remaining returns forward and pushed these pajamas right to the back of the cupboard. I watched her do it, she saw me watching, but neither of us said anything. As a hard-working employee, I knew that I had to make sure the cupboard was empty of returns before I left for the night, so that whoever was working in the morning would have a clean start. So as soon as I got off the phone, I took all the clothes out of the cupboard, put them all back on the shelf, and went and clocked out to go home. My following shift, I got screamed at for putting the pajamas back out on the shelf, because they were for my mother's Christmas present, and saying that she was going to make me ring her mother and force me to explain why she wasn't getting the pajamas she wanted. I said, "Fine, I'll explain that she doesn't get her pajamas because of your rules." Manager said, "But I'm a manager. You saw me put them in there, so you should have just left them." Without saying a word, I swung the cupboard door open and tapped the "No exceptions" bit of her sign. She was absolutely fuming, but there were customers and other staff there, and she realized that she didn't have a leg to stand on and would only look stupid if she pushed it further. So she just stormed out. The fallout, if you could call it that, was that she sulked and basically wouldn't talk to me for about 3 weeks. But given that when she did talk to me, it was usually to micromanage me or tell me to do something I was literally already doing, an example, hurry up and clean up the fitting room stalls as I was already sweeping up rubbish in there with a dustpan, I was quite happy with that. On a side note, some staff did try to get around this rule by putting stuff in the cupboard with no name on it, but that made it hard for other fitting room staff as we couldn't tell what was a staff hold and what was just returns that needed to be put away anyway. Others tried writing fake customer names, but the manager caught someone doing this and started putting away clothes with a customer name on it because she wasn't going to let anyone get away with it. On more than one occasion, she would put away something that was actually on hold for a customer, and then us fitting room staff would get shouted at for it. A lot of us evening and night workers couldn't even go and quickly buy the clothes we wanted on our breaks because we worked short shifts and either didn't get a break or only got 15 minutes. And the registers were so busy and understaffed that there was no way you'd even get to the checkout in under 20 minutes. By the time our shift finished, the registers were closed. God forbid people working in retail have one nice thing going their way. And it definitely sucks when people in management think they're above certain rules. All you peons out there must obey these rules, but don't you even think about trying to enforce them on me. Even when I say no exceptions, I am the exception. But with that being said, that's all the time we have for today. So of all these stories I've read today, which is your favorite and why? Let me know in the comments down below. And if you haven't yet, if you could like and subscribe, that would mean a lot to me. Whatever you do, whether it's liking, subscribing, turning notifications on, all of it helps grow this channel and I appreciate the heck out of it. So until next time, I'll see you all tomorrow with some more stories. A story from Oman. I helped HR move someone along. Omani nationals have major labor law protections, particularly if they work in oil and gas, one of the major industries there. I was posted to Oman for a project and discovered that a very small number of the locals use this protection for their own benefit. They basically slack off, claim they need to go to funerals for endless ants, claim the wadi is flooded, and basically avoided work. Because of the labor law, you can't fire them without a court case on your hands. And foreign companies don't want to go in front of an Omani magistrate. It was common for fired Omani nationals to be paid out years of severance as a penalty to their bad foreign bosses. If they resigned, this was not the case. When I got to Muscat, I discovered we had inherited one of these clowns. He was doing it all and unfortunately was also technically incompetent. I spoke to HR and they said, we can't do anything. I asked for a copy of the HR law for Oman and read it. I then spoke to the chap in question and discovered he was interested in training and travel to the USA to our HQ. Now, one thing, no one there liked field work, they avoided it like the plague. But this chap agreed he would do the field work first if he could go to the States after. HR witnessed this. Two things then happened. Under Oman labor law, we were allowed to assign field techs to the field only on an equal time basis. For every day in the field, 1 day in the office. For a contiguous period, provided it was equal time within the year. HR said, oh, it's customary, no more than 2 weeks. I asked if this was in his contract, and they said no. I then said, okay, I'm assigning this chap to 180 days in the field so we can then send him to the USA for 180 days. HR looked at me as though I was mad, but I insisted it was legal. They double-checked and said, okay, seems legal. I told the chap the next day he came in, since you agreed to go to the USA, we're sending you for 6 months. However, you need to go to the field for 6 months, leaving tomorrow, to a nasty desert camp. He resigned on the spot. HR came in and privately congratulated me. Turned out they'd been trying to get rid of the chap for 5 years. Where's the malicious compliance? I complied completely to the letter of the law in a malicious manner. I think the best thing about this is we all agree that somebody who's slacking off or trying to get out of work, the most satisfying thing you could do is make them liable for doing way more work or the hardest work. OP complied and found a loophole that basically made this person liable for 6 months of working in a desert field. Finally got the dude in a corner so bad that he was like, okay, you know what? I quit. I'm out. I'm done. You got me. If you moved to a company and you saw all these people slacking off and lying to get out of work, would you do your best to find a legal loophole to finally get rid of those people? Or do you think there's a level of respect for managing to get in such a good position to begin with? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by Afra996, Radio Gaga. Rank structure for context. We have 2 sections in the warehouse. Peter runs the top end, and Greg runs my end. Both have a 2 IC. Dean is the manager for the whole warehouse. We communicate with handheld radios across the warehouse. Occasionally, I would make funny noises over the radio or play little jokes. For example, if someone was asking to borrow a forklift, I would get on the radio and respond with, "No, leave me alone." Or when someone was asking who has such and such forklift, I would respond with, "Yo mama." Relatively harmless stuff. This apparently made Peter's blood boil. He warned me that he would go to Dean if it continued, so I stopped and had intended for that to be the end of it. The following morning, Dean tracked me down and had a chat with me about it anyway. I found out from somebody else that Peter had already gone to Dean before I was even warned. That pissed me off a bit, so I decided to maliciously comply with the instructions I was given from Dean. Dean's exact words were, "I don't mind if you have a bit of a joke every now and then towards the end of the day if there's no customers around." So although I had intended to stop entirely, I now had an exact set of rules to follow if I wished to continue. So past 5 o'clock, if no customers are around, I've been telling awful dad jokes and making fart noises over the radio. Peter tried to reprimand me on the first few instances, to which I reiterated what Dean had told me. For the past week and a bit, I've been happily joking away, knowing that Peter can do nothing about it and it makes him very angry. Sorry, Peter, you dug your own grave. Honestly, if what you're doing is hard, it's taxing, it's not the best job in the world, I can understand Peter getting upset over the "yo mama" jokes over the radio or whatever. But I agree with OP that it's a jerk move to say, "If you keep it up, I'm gonna report you to Dean." after you've already reported them to Dean. I get they're annoyed, but I don't know, chill out. Our next story is by Dangoy. Write a review even if I don't want to? Okay. So we recently ordered an item online. Most of the reviews on their site are really good and speaks of the quality of the items they ordered. When I received the item, there was an issue on the packaging as the delivery man does not want to release it to me because the seller made 2 packages for my items instead of just 1. When I told them I'll just have it returned or refunded, they reluctantly agreed to give it to me. The delivery man told me the seller should have just made 1 package instead of 2, although they sorted it out on their end. I finally received my item and haven't got to unwrapping it when I receive a chat, text, and call asking me to write a review for their goods. Now, I usually write a review only if I already checked the item, which in this case I still have not. The seller bombarded me with requests to write a review. I was getting annoyed at this point as I already informed them that I haven't opened it yet. They told me I should be giving a review at this time since I've received the package. Cue malicious compliance. You want me to write a review? I wrote a lengthy one, saying that the seller has incorrectly made 2 packages instead of 1, which resulted in an issue of it being released to me. I also noted that they kept on pestering me to write a review, even if I haven't checked the items yet, and that it would have been better if they'll just wait for the review to be given instead of asking for a 5-star review. The overall item is good, but not worth the hype, and buyers will be wasting money on it. It's been 2 weeks and I'm receiving an email from the seller asking me to take down my review. All other correspondence is left unread or deleted. So this guy caused issues and then pestered you to do something that you didn't want to do because you haven't had a chance to review the item you're supposed to review. I'd keep that negative review up and just try to block them however I can. They deserve that red mark. This next story is by CatLover143. Take away my overtime? Okay. I was offered a terrible salary and promotion to a job I was already doing, through increased responsibility by being a good employee with great job performance. I turned it down. I wasn't allowed to negotiate either, which I still did. Screw that rule. The counteroffer was still far less than median, which was the lowest I would go as I did a good job. It doesn't look good when employees refuse promotions, and near every manager in the company knows me. I'm the supply guy after all. So they tried taking my overtime away. They had to be gunning after my pride and performance and not wanting to be fired. To note, I live a simple life and I don't care for the money, but my friends in the company are in similar positions and have families and need the money. I can get another job easy enough that pays enough for me to live off of. I turned it down because it's not a lot of money to a big company and I don't want to fuel mistreatment of its employees, my friends. I complied with no more overtime, but I told them I needed the overtime to do a good job. As a supply guy for a large company, I order millions of dollars of supplies throughout the year. I didn't have time to negotiate big orders anymore. HR didn't care, and my director boss didn't think I'd let my performance drop. I started doing bare minimum within my HR provided copy and paste job description and only 8-hour days. I sucked. I did the role above my job title to begin with, but they would never acknowledge this or they'd have to pay me for it. So now I was spending $20,000 plus more a month than I used to. Boss knew, but what could he do? He messed up. I'm the only person in the company with knowledge that can only be gained through experience to do the job. I'm also critical to many operations. This is small figures to a large company, and it's not like my boss in HR would tell people they messed up in my handling. He also spent the personnel budget on hiring his friend to be a director, so I heard later. So I stuck around until I had trained a replacement since I didn't want to leave on a bad note, since my great friends I made in the company are managers I worked with daily for years. So then I left. It would be a bad story if this was all. When I left, a lot of people were curious why. My friends, near every manager, weren't afraid to talk as my boss wasn't their boss. Without going into detail, I'm popular in my company for lower-level workers. I've saved the day a few times and do all I can to make their job easier. Due to other complaints with HR and poor pay, me leaving fueled their discontent further to a noticeable performance level. This prompted an unofficial investigation by other directors. Our COO was the likely core of the problem. He hired my boss, his friend, and had a say in the HR director's hiring. Other directors soon drove them out, as it's hard to like a job when your employees and coworkers hate you. The HR director still works there and causes problems, but she no longer has a say in pay levels. A few managers and good employees got raises. There's still a lack of base pay though, if you ask me. Overall, I like to think I had a key role to play, as I knew a few directors on a personal level. I'm back at college after dropping out the first time for medical reasons, and still talk to my friends at the company regularly. For belief this isn't made up, since I'm not entirely detached from society. This isn't your regular big company. It grew rapidly in the last 5 years, and many directors were promoted up and still busy fighting the corporate mindset takeover, from what I hear. That line of working is definitely a very unsustainable model. The pay wasn't good to begin with, and they expect people to keep working overtime and putting in the hours to keep raising profits. They start handing off ample jobs to lower people who aren't supposed to be doing those jobs to begin with. And then once those people say, "I'm overworked, I deserve more money, can I have a raise?" They say something like, "Oh, it's not in the budget. Oh, I'm sorry, we can't do that right now with where the company is. We can give you a promotion." And that sucks, because if you're not getting a noticeable pay bump, you're just getting more responsibility and still being paid absolutely nothing. They're basically saying, "Sorry, we can't pay you anymore, but would you like to take on even more responsibility?" It's like, no, that's kind of the opposite of what I want. And our final story of the day is by Andy K2. Dear flatmate, I'll follow your instructions to the letter. I live in France, but I come from another European country. One of my flatmates, let's call him Pierre, can be hard to deal with. He spent around 1 year abroad working, and thus he considers his English skills nearly impeccable. To be fair, his English is okay, but far from flawless. This will be important later. In addition to this, one of his worst traits is that sometimes he seems to have an urge to correct any teeny tiny imperfection in your statements. I guess just to show that you're wrong and he knows better. An example, I say, New Zealand's on the opposite side of the world. Pierre says, well, technically on the other side of the world, there's water. New Zealand's on the opposite side from Spain, not France. Discussion not quoted verbatim, but should give the idea. One specific episode, leading to malicious compliance, left me with a bad taste in my mouth. I was going to do a very simple hike with some friends, and he stopped me while I was putting my running shoes on, almost ready to exit. Pierre says, "Oh, hello, where are you going?" I say, "I'm doing an easy hike nearby with some friends. Wanna join?" Pierre says, "Nah, I don't have running shoes. I'll buy some and join you next week." I say, "Okay, but be careful, because next week we're planning to go hiking in the Alps. You might want to consider buying trekking shoes, not running shoes." Pierre says, "Well, the Alps where? You know, they extend from southern France to Austria." He had a grin on his face as if to say, "I gotcha." His response got me in the wrong way, and I rudely yelled back something in the likes of, "Oh, come on, you know what I mean." It must be noted that we live approximately 1 hour away from the Alps. And while yes, the Alps are huge and range from France to Slovenia, his remark was undoubtedly unnecessary. I exit the flat huffing and went looking for my car. On the way there, I thought that maybe I was too harsh with him. I texted him in English, since the conversation above he addressed to me using it rather than French. My message was, "Hey, sorry for my reaction before. I didn't like your comment, but I should have responded more calmly." He answered back with, "Haha, it's okay bro, just remember that I'm an accountant and you must be precise with me." Unfortunately, I'm a little touchy, and him not apologizing at all made me go in bitter mode. A few days later, I was still salty and I received a message from Pierre in English. The message said, "Hi, can you put a beer on the fridge for tonight?" I read it once again, and a voice in my head whispered part of the message he sent me a few days before, "You must be precise with me." So I grabbed a bottle of his beers and placed it on top of our fridge. He must have forgotten his request, because he didn't ask me about the beer, and a few months later, the bottle was still up there, visible only by climbing on a chair. At least I had a good laugh showing it to every friend coming to visit me. I get the whole, "I'm an accountant, you need to be precise with me," but in all honesty, I feel like anybody whose brand is just, "Well, where? They extend from southern France to Austria, you know," would probably get old for almost anybody, and annoying when you just want an answer. But with that being said, that's all the time we have for today. So of all these stories I've read today, which is your favorite and why? Let me know in the comments down below. And if you haven't yet, if you could like and subscribe, that would mean a lot to me. Whatever you do, whether it's liking, subscribing, turning notifications on, all of it helps grow this channel and I appreciate the heck out of it. So until next time, I'll see you all tomorrow with some more stories.